A pleasure to be able to resume today, this 16th in the evening, our conferences and panelists that we've had in the today, July 16. Dear friends, I have the honor to present Dr. Fernando Ignacio Carbone Campoverde. He has a master's degree in management and organization of health networks from the University of Barcelona, Spain. He is surgeon doctor from the University of San Marcos. We've also had the honor of having him as Minister of Health, and he has also served as coordinator for medical projects in Hundi, Navarra, Aragon, and Madrid. He is currently professor at many universities and is serving as a counselor to the Ministerial Bureau. Go ahead, Dr. Fernando. As we are being heard around the world, I'm not sure whether to say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Just I would like to welcome you and give you a warm welcome to from Peru to the world in all continents and in all countries and in all nations. It is on us to get into panel number 3 now, which is the panel on public policies and regulation of traditional, complementary, and holistic medicine, MTCI, in the Americas region. This panel seeks to know public policies that have been implemented in many countries of the north and the center of the Americas region, which have achieved articulating TCIM within its official healthcare systems. And in those countries where these have reached a significant degree of development, with its achievements and challenges toward a perspective in the future. Halden Mahler, director of the WHO, and David Tejada Rivero, subdirector of the WHO, organizers of the Primary Healthcare Conference from Alma Ata in 1978, pointed already to the issue of conforming multidisciplinary healthcare teams, the presence of traditional therapists, and of elements from the community itself, not only as depositories for ancestral medicine, but also from a long tradition of popular participation, which made obvious its participation in generating holistic healthcare for everyone and by everyone and for everyone. Now, in terms of Quechua in Andean countries, they would have saluted you by calling you Waikichas or brothers, and they would have addressed you from Hukumaya, Huxumkuya, and Hukmakiya. So from one single strength, one single idea, and one single heart as a way of building something which today the pandemic worldwide is set on facing us to a day-to-day reality. So from this issue, we must all overcome together, or hardly will we be able to. And holistic, complementary, traditional medicine is an important part of this process. Its regulation provides it with a participation space which is significant in the future of the development of medicine in our countries and in the world. For this panel, we will have 3 people. Allow me to present excuse from Dr. Nadine Ihaz, as she unfortunately has run into a technical issue which has hindered her from being with us today and even from leaving with us her video recording of her intervention, of her participation. And so she had kindly asked us to apologize her absence on her behalf, to apologize for her on her behalf. If we if this should be resolved before the end of today's event, you will be able to access to what would have been her presentation. But we will be having Dr. Leonard Wisniewski. He is a professor at the George Washington University and at Johns Hopkins University, and also HPC, Integrative Healthcare Policy Consortium. Dr. Wisniewski will be presenting via a video recording, also due to technical issues. After Dr. Leonard Wisniewski, we will hear Dr. Jose Alejandro Almaguer Gonzalez, who is director of the Traditional Medicine Bureau and for Intercultural Development under the General Bureau for Health Planning and Development from the Secretariat of Health in Mexico. And finally, we will hear again via a video recording due to technical reasons, the presentation from Dr. Johan Perdomo Delgado, who is Director of Natural and Traditional Medicine in Cuba, who is currently going through a difficult situation, reason which hinders him from being with us, and he belongs to the National Ministry of Public Health from that country. Each will be presenting on their experiences on regulation and policies on TCIM in their corresponding countries. Having said this, I now give way to the presentation from Dr. Leonard Wisniewski. Please proceed.
There has been much change within the healthcare system of the United States over the past 5 years, as there is a transformation from disease care to healthcare in the country, in which we are starting to focus on a whole person approach to health. I truly feel that integrative health and medicine, inclusive of whole person approach, is the future of healthcare delivery in the United States. Conditions prevalent in the United States include obesity, inactivity, smoking, diabetes, hypertension, mental health disorders, and several others of which you're quite familiar. And it's been shown that up to 75 or 80% of the pathophysiology underlying these disorders has lifestyle as a major factor, which is creating academia and clinical practice to actually start to focus on lifestyle and the implications for lifestyle alteration, how they ameliorate certain of these conditions. Of course, we have difficulty with many of these pathophysiologic disorders, and according to Albert Einstein, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. And that's what hopefully we're taking advantage of. As you might see and recognize that if we compare clinical disorders to a tree, the branches of the tree include the various conditions and diagnostic categories for diseases, and that has to do with organs and systems. But when we speak about lifestyle factors, when we really get into what is underlying the whole situation for these clinical disorders, we need to take a whole person approach. And that includes macro and micro nutrition. We have to look at physical activity, sleep and restoration, genetic backgrounds, energy system balance, and the spiritual and social community as well. Engaging and empowering the individual to be the principal change agent for health and healing is the cornerstone. Integrative health, as ratified by 3 of our major organizations, includes that the definition is that it's a collaborative, comprehensive, person-centered approach to health creation and disease care that addresses all factors impacting health, including the social determinants, and embraces all evidence-informed disciplines, both conventional and complementary, in order to achieve optimal health and well-being. The Bravewell Collaborative was formed approximately 20 years ago. It's a philanthropic group to help incorporate integrative health concepts, whole person concepts into United States medical schools. And they did a report and a study in 2012 in which they studied 29 integrative medicine centers within the United States associated with universities, and found that compared to conventional care, that chronic pain, GI disorders, depression, cancer, and stress were greatly reduced, which caught a lot of interest in various stakeholder groups in the US. And what it also demonstrated is that, as you can see, it's not just up to the MD. It takes a team. It takes a team, a multidisciplinary team of integrative disciplines in order to achieve those results. The Integrative Health Policy Consortium is dedicated to prevention, wellness, well-being. It is a broad coalition of 25 diverse national healthcare professional integrative organizations and their members, provider associations, academic institutions, scientists, thought leaders, etc., comprise the organization. And we advocate for a pluralistic public policy and community action that creates health. It ensures all Americans access to safe, high quality, integrative, whole person healthcare and the foundations of health. And integrative health also includes professionals, organizations, and approaches that are engaged in collaboration in order to transform the future of healthcare delivery to health creation, prevention, and well-being. Again, our philosophy is that we wish to promote an integrative healthcare system, interdisciplinary healthcare, including many of the complementary disciplines, in a team approach, working together for holism and pluralism. A healthy environment is a major part of it, and health creation as well on the part of being patient-centered. We were able to partially or fully have 7 areas of the Affordable Care Act, which is the law in the United States, inclusive of integrative health concepts and sections within the law. In October of 2017, we formed a congressional caucus. The congressional caucus is within our House of Representatives, and it's the Congressional Integrative Health and Wellness Caucus. We've had several briefings thus far, and it was formalized, co-founded by 2 congressmen. It's a nonpartisan educational forum through which legislators may receive up-to-date information from experts related to practice, policies, and research of integrative health and wellness, effectiveness, approaches, and professionals, as well as legislative and administrative opportunities. The forum is also engaged to educate the White House and other government agencies as well. Current bills within integrative health, this is just a few of them. We have a substance use disorder prevention that includes many of the complementary approaches and disciplines, a whole Veteran Act, and I'll be showing you a slide on that. And although HR 4004, Social Determinants Accelerator Act of 2019, there are several others having to do with the social determinants as well. And we also have a bill in the House regarding the use of acupuncture. This is landmark for the United States in that A bill actually in our government is promoting acupuncture for indications beyond pain, as you can see. So, and it's been very effective. It's been shown to be effective for thousands of years, but it's only recently been recognized and officially accepted that acupuncture can treat disorders other than pain as well. The whole Veteran Act is about whole health transformation, and the disciplines are multifactorial, including massage, chiropractic, acupuncture, healing touch, guided imagery, etc. And this is leading to a transformation within the Veterans Administration, which is our largest healthcare provider, health system in the country. The social determinants of health came out of the World Health Organization, and it has to do with looking at in totality, how do we approach a human being? How do we approach a person in order to optimize their health and well-being? And we have to look at things such as economic stability, neighborhood and physical environment, education, food, community, social context, as well as their healthcare system and the type of care that they receive. Well, there is much in the conventional literature now indicating, and this is also leading to the transformation, that non-invasive treatments such as acupuncture, mindful-based stress reduction, Tai Chi, yoga, is important in treating pain. As a matter of fact, the Joint Commission for Hospital Accreditation, which in the United States is the certifying body for hospitals, in 2018, this largest hospital accreditation association requires that hospitals provide non-pharmacologic approaches to pain management, and that's a major advance. The Department of Defense, the Army, the Navy, we have programs involving a holistic approach to pain, anywhere from some of the disciplines, as I said, to spiritual, looking at core values, looking at meaning and purpose in life, etc., the environment. And this is now in the military as well. And the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on January 21st, 2020, approved acupuncture for the treatment of low back pain, which is a monumental shift in the direction of reimbursement for these services. National Prevention Council was started through the Affordable Care Act. It's made up of 20 federal departments, agencies, and offices. It's chaired by the Surgeon General of the United States and council members of the cabinet secretaries. Many of the advisors are from more of our integrative community. We've served greatly in advising them. And although the National Prevention Council had been inactive for the past 4 years, I feel that it'll be starting again. And if you notice, it's about shifting from sickness care to health and wellness. It's a primary focus of United States healthcare. National Center for Integrative Primary Healthcare, housed at the University of Arizona, is for interprofessional education, collaborative practice. It is a grant from the US government, and it's developed in order to have both medical schools and nursing schools incorporate integrative whole health education. According to the former chair of the American Hospital Association, Jonathan Perlin, he indicated that we have been honed to focus on sick care. It is a tough transition, but we have to learn how to move from sick care to health care. A whole health approach is an approach to healthcare that empowers and equips people to take charge of their health and well-being and to live life to their fullest. It's a holistic approach which involves every aspect of who we are as human beings. And there's a major movement, as I had indicated previously, a whole health movement within the Veterans Administration hospital system, which is very comprehensive and looks at various aspects of person's health. It includes the complementary disciplines. Cleveland Clinic, which is one of our largest, most prestigious healthcare providers, has a functional integrative medicine section now, which is thriving. It's been doing quite well and has become quite popular. Alice Walton, who is the daughter of Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, which is, I think you're well aware, ubiquitous throughout the United States, has developed a program called the Whole Health Institute, which is developing whole health programs on a pilot basis in her home state of Arkansas, but also they just received a charter in which they will be developing a whole health school of medicine and health sciences, which will be a landmark and which is great because it's easier to build something that is a new system rather than trying to adjust one that's been in existence, although both sides are being taken because the transformation aspect of an existing system is going on at the University of California, Irvine, and other universities as well. Now we get to NIH, National Institute of Health, for the National Center of Complementary and Integrative Health. Again, the strategic plan for the next 5 years includes a whole person approach to health. So how privileged we are. Imagine a day when the job of healthcare is to help people explore, discover, and reconnect to their purpose, their aspiration, and their joy. And then we will work together to strengthen one's health and healing to live one's fullest life. Thank you. It's been an honor to present to you.
Agradecemos la presentación
We
que nos
thank,
ha remitido el doctor
we would like to thank
Ronald
Dr. Leonard
Wisniewski
Wisniewski for his presentation,
lamentablemente también
who,
tenía
well,
algunos
unfortunately,
inconvenientes
he also had certain issues
presencialmente
in order to be here
en
with
este
us
panel.
at this panel.
A continuación,
Next,
dejo en el uso de la palabra
I will hand the
al
floor
doctor
to
José
Dr.
Alejandro
Jose Alejandro
Almaguer González,
Almaguer Gonzalez,
de ese que en América Latina siempre llamamos México
who
lindo
in Latin
y querido.
From that
Adelante,
country that
doctor
we in
Almaguer.
Latin America call Dear Nice Mexico or Dear Beloved Mexico. Welcome, Doctor. Please go ahead.
Buenas tardes, gracias. Estoy
Good afternoon and
para
thank you.
exponer mi
I'm
presentación. Voy a ver aquí, permítame un momento, estoy
I'm going to share my
compartiendo
screen. Just
pantalla.
give me a second here.
Compartir pantalla. Voy aquí,
Here we are. Share screen.
voy a compartir. Voy aquí. Gracias, buenas tardes.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Si me escuchan bien ahí.
You let me know if you can see me here. Yes, will be if you can be kind enough that you can probably set your whole screen. Thank you.
Bien, pues agradezco la honrosa invitación de compartir.
Thank you for that invite.
Venimos haciendo en México con en esta experiencia que
We want to share what we're doing in Mexico, and they title Experience of Regulation in Traditional Medicine, Complementary and Integrative in the Mexican Case. I don't want to start by saying that Mexico has some advances and we have a regulational type of process for the acknowledgement of the indigenous rights and traditional medicine and different types of complementary medicines that we call. You'll see how throughout my presentation, I'll be sharing with you this term that we've established for Mexico. The recognition of the indigenous traditional medicine was basically subjected to the social and cultural rights that were obtained with the movement of indigenous people in Chiapas in the 20th century. Not because of the provision of science that actually had been documented in Mexico too throughout the history of last 100 years. This reference, please don't lose it. There's another thing in Mexico that's called from Barbascum to progesterone, which author was the Secretary of Health of Mexico. Just look at how we want to share this with you. We don't want to regulate the traditional medicines per se or intercultural or complementary, but with all of the path that we've been taking is for it to flourish. The starting point is the national policy of interculturality in health. This recognition is a recognition for the university and the recognition to rights, but also this need of finding each other with different people that by their consumption in the extreme of indigenous people have different perceptions of illnesses, of health and death, and the ways that they approach it when contacting this health system that was where we find basically allopathic type of medicine with a scientific approach, we can see a cultural clash because the conception is different. So, in a way, more than the focus of getting traditional medicine or any other clinical model, is more than making a reflection about the right of these people, the conception, the description that they have. So it doesn't hit them that hard. In 2002, and I'm happy to say that we created the National Division of Traditional Medicine. With this, Mexico recognizes the composition, multiculturality of the nation, and they adhere to the national demands and the international demands of originary people, where we've seen an already recurrent movement. Our division recognizes social diversity and cultural of population and the existence of different outlooks about this reality that they live in life, health, their body, their death. We don't think this is trivial. When encountering this health services, if there's no communication that they are understood, then the doctor can say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you wanted to say. What do you mean that you're here because you got scared, or because you've been jinxed, or because you ate this or so food?" So there's a culturality to it. I'm not understanding. But on their hand, the user also says, well, the doctor didn't understand. So that's where the history ends for service provision. Even though we have programs, hospitals, regulations, medication, and all of the instruments to serve, given that there's no assertive communication, we will see expenditure in health and not an investment in health. Since this is not trivial, who is not comprehending is going to cause one of these situations. The traditional medicine, I'll leave it up to you to have a definition, but we've established it against what the international organisms say, and many specialists in the world. It's a complete model to responsiveness to health. We fundamented it with this system theory and with the anthropology and medical anthropology theory. It has its own ways of calling diseases, even in a huge richness in Mexico in different languages, in local languages. So each one of them have their ways of diagnosing that what they call the most and what they know the most is a way of curing. We need to mention how they behave, how the tools behave. Almost 80% use herbs, 15% wild animals or parts of them, 3% or around that, it's water, mud, soil, and then it grows more and more, which is the use of energy. Look at this matter in Mexico. In a survey that we conducted in 2006, we have already started 2006, 2009, but these numbers have been reported. Don't believe, please, that allopathic scientific medicine or white coat medicine has access to the whole population in the world. We're talking about 70 and 80% that has an opportunity to have first local traditional medicine in Mexico is among the 12 mega diverse countries such as this. So I'm proud of sharing with you the libellus of a medicine, Indorum Herbis in Latin, was the first book of sciences. And look at how was it done. This King of Spain mentions to the people in ruling says, okay, how show me how this indigenous have some knowledge, or that's what we call the La Cruz Babiano. One of them wrote the book of herbs, especially, and the other one translated to Latin and to Spanish. So take a look at this important dialogue. And of course, we have different therapeutical clinical models that we call. I'm going to refer to them in a moment, but for us, also traditional medicine, it's a matter of national security. Let me remind you a couple cases. So we see things from history and we need to acknowledge it and we need to be respectful of it too. In Vietnam, when the Vietnam War happened, when they had a huge need of using medication from traditional medicine, and it's already documented, they used coconut water as serum. It had the correct balance and sugar, salt, minerals to be sterile. But on the other hand, it's also mentioned that when the war stops from the US with Vietnam, time goes by and the negotiators, Henry Kissinger among them, goes and asks to the Vietnam people, how do you do? We had a lot of pain and suffering, and you did yourself, but you also had your addicts, right? Your drug addicts. How did you solve that problem? And Dr. Mayenta too, which is still alive, and he lives in France, he got a needle and he said, this was what we did. We got to know this history when a lot of times he came to Mexico in 22. He was the Minister of Health during war and after the war in Vietnam. He came over to be a part of a lot of the construction of addiction centers with the Vietnam method. Those are the two cases that I would like to tell you about to state that it's a national security issue for countries that are already living and had the opportunity of having these models, these indigenous models of development of medicine. We acknowledge and we fundamented the legalization of traditional medicine as a part of the preservation of the cultural identity of Mexico and other countries that have suffered destruction processes on the cultural denomination have only an allopathic model. And let me alert you on that. I'm not summoning to be a rebel or to make a difference that makes us face each other negatively. We're only saying that we have been imposed this. Only a few countries have escaped this, and I hope to tell you a little bit more. And hopefully, during my life and my professional life, that Mexico's already stepping out of this to only have one offer, one only type of model of attention. And for the flowering, and we're not talking about regulation anymore. And you'll see this new relationship with the regulation entity of Mexico for medicinal plants. We're talking about not regulation. We need to acknowledge this as a cultural right and as a national of a worldwide national security that is beyond just blinding us by all of the noise and all of the sound and the light that commercialization offers, especially now talking about herbal medicine. In 2004, we talked about intercultural focus, and from there we started consuming it. That being said, with the emotion that I have right now with me or inside me, and I'll speak slowly in respect of the translators. And what I'm going to say is that this brings to mind the recognition of the task force and the sensitive people of the country, of the states of the republic, which are in the health system and are already listening, acknowledging the other models. This intercultural focus would include significant tools to hear one another, to take advantage of things, and to establish a provision and inputs that will generate synergy. And what synergy? 1 plus 1 is more than 2. In 2003, and look at this part, we have incorporated fully and a specific area in the traditional medicine division to work on complementary medicine, intercultural principles. Why are we going after interculturality? Because we recognize diversity, we respect the difference, and we, of course, receive the mutual enrichment. You can hear it yourself. Have you heard about the Nagoya Protocol? You can still be amazed. Nations of the world, the most developed nations, are looking for an opportunity of generating new medication through the traditional knowledge, indigenous traditional knowledge linked to traditional medicine. We are, or we establish a national policy of traditional medicine, yes, and we want to have also a guide to implement it. And at some point of division's history, we were able to make a national consultation, and we made the first national program of traditional and complementary medicine. This is a different definition that we're taking it from the OMS. We are not going to invest time on reading it, and it's published everywhere. I'll leave it here for people that are interested in this. And that's something from the WHO. And working around naming. And that's what the division is making. We don't want to talk about complementary medicine, but we want to talk about clinical theoretical models of strengthening to health. And we've obtained already good feedback, and I've talked to you. Food heals, and food is also medicine. The framework in Mexico in complementary medicine. We've been recognizing homeopathy and herbs in legal framework. In the case of homeopathy in particular, this is an ancestry type of focus. It has 150 more years in Mexico. We've written guides for the teachings of this method, and they are here. Homeopathy, culture, herbs, chiropractic, the recognition of the academical formation, meaning through licenses we launching through herbarium and herbans, we've been establishing diplomats, and we wrote for you with a lot of love. And why you? I'm talking about Latin America. In 2008, we were asked in the Latin American Parliament, especially to me, in a meeting in the summit in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for Mexico to develop a framework. That was the first discussion with the WHO and the directors of traditional medicine of the almost 31 countries that are part of the Latin American table, because we proposed to create a law for complementary medicine and another one for traditional medicine, indigenous traditional medicine. The voting was massive. We couldn't convince uh, Cuban specialists. I remember the discussion in Cuba. It was approved in Panama in 2009, and we were able to convince them. And we were able to tell them we need to split them up. Complementary medicine are different things. Traditional medicine for countries such as Mexico are an origin, are an essence, and that's why we have these frameworks in these four languages: Portuguese, French, English, and Spanish. And they're still there. And with a lot of pride, I can say that the traditional medicine division made it. I already said how in 1986 in Mexico, and even before that with the president of the Republic, Benito Juarez, where we talk about homeopathic history in Mexico and how these two presidents at their due time were cured from uh, these hemorrhoids and thanks to homeopathy. And in 1983, the Senate of the Republic ratified the pharmacology of the traditional medicine, and in general law of health recognizes medications in three categories: allopathic, homeopathic, and herbs. That's still there. We didn't have to put it there. Let me repeat the date. This division starts by the initiative of myself, Dr. Julio Friends, Secretary of Health from the federal government, that right now is the director of the Public Health School of Miami. And we proposed this idea to him to create this division. And we said in our proposal, we can't carry on this mindset about or thinking that a whole approach there could be treated only by one model of attention. They were sensitive and they heard us. So that's why we read from him in 1998 and in the first update for the homeopathic guidebook. And we also want to establish different technicians in acupuncturism. That's why, and assisted by a general physician. It doesn't have to be an acupuncture type of a special doctor. But in Mexico, we have two categories under law to accept, or we can register homeopathic or herb medications, but also herb medication. That's up to the just for the story, and we wanted to share with you this type of or this third edition with a broader and focus and an approach that can also be updated to this time to where we can be working around with 18 schools of um, biology, medicine that are dedicated to the herb study. In our teachings, we also had to, and to make a public policy of traditional medicine, complementary medicine, we need to leave the definition clear and standardize that we are talking about the same thing as Mexico from end to end, from Mexico to Ensenada, so from south to north and from west to east. And the only thing that we had to do was to establish what type of services do you need. And how can we provide teachings through masters or diplomates or PhDs? Or, of course, I already mentioned different matters about investigation and research because as we've heard before and we know, we focus in the curative properties of plants and that goes and this goes beyond the most recent thing that we have for the world or is the poison from the Alvarius toad. And I'm telling you this with a lot of passion. Who of the most modern doctors of neurology or physiology can disconnect the brain for 3 minutes and reconnect it again? Well, the indigenous population with this little toad and its poison from the Yaqui culture can disconnect the brain like this. This was known recently and in 2017 when they said Tyson smoked the Alvarius toad, and he said smoke because what he says, or what you do is to dissolve that poison, and then you aspire it while you burn it, and then it will release you from your aches and some things like we have it right now as a big opportunity to cure patients, and that's what we are under investigation for that. And the regulation is to COFEPRIS, which is the commission that's dedicated right now in the country for everything that has to do with sanitary risk. So everything, and it's up to the federal commission for the protection against sanitary risks to regulate the safe use of medication, homeopathic herbs. And why do we believe that we want to go from regulation to strengthening? Because the term regulation doesn't leave anything go through. To regulate is to say yes, there's no. And we want to flourish, and you're just someone who you summon. And in a legal scheme, as we've done it in Mexico with this division, is that we say this is the pathology that we have in Mexico. Come here and come approach those as think that they have something to hear this. And that's what we do with complementary medicine as well. So when we open the invitation like this, there's a lot of people coming in because we're not saying we're going to regulate or we're not telling them either that we're going to prosecute them. This has been a good change. The aperture of heart and mind is extraordinary. It's maybe, and my colleagues are hearing me right now, it's maybe a discussion point, and we'll be up to this to uh, be able to continue this development of which has been so extraordinary that we've achieved in Mexico. I've also said that we are under research with this, and just take a look at everything that we've done with the schools that I mentioned. Maybe in 2006 and 2007, I sent a letter to all of the schools of nursing, of chemistry, I'm sorry, and biology. And we found that 30% of researchers for those schools, for those chemistry and biology schools, were uh, studying at the same plant and with public investment. So that's why the first draft of the basic chart of herb medicine was of 27 different medications, and that's why we are waiting for 80 more, and we now want the pregnancy dosage and some risk, and that's why we want to do it through the National Council for Science as conclusions for the transformation of health systems to societies that are integrated, and that's why integrative medicine in many countries, which are subordinated, and I don't like saying subordinate because we shouldn't be subordinated. We are authentic, we're unique and irrepeatable like human beings, and with our characteristics and qualities, and we enrich with some others arrival, like we say, and we know, like the conquer or the encounter, the domination, whatever you want to call it. So everything that was given when the Europeans arrived, particularly in Mexico with Spaniards. So we need to revalue our own national identity, to talk about ours, and to show it to the world proudly. The legalization of complementary and traditional medicine has a fundamental backup and backbone in the preservation of the cultural identity of countries. That's why traditional medicine in China, Vietnam, India, is included in the health system in Mexico too, and in many other countries, like I've heard. More conclusions in countries that have suffered processes of domination against the Occidental vision, where they only promote the traditional medicine as the only one, or, or the this data is really well backed up. Provokes more deaths the one that sets or establishes a prescription that any disease. So that's why we need to open eyes towards different models and not just staying with the alternative type of medicine or what they call scientific type of medicine. We need to talk about traditional indigenous medicine as an interculturality and national matter. We need to be established with this humanist type of focus where we that we don't have in education right now to recognition of diversity. That's why if we want to move forward fast with opportunity and with pertinence, please stimulate and promote policies of interculturality in health, which is our field, and that's what we want to do. That's what I was talking about, diversity and respect to differences. That's where I started thinking again for the invite and with my recognition to my collaborators team, and we are there. I say we have three qualities. One, which is being committed. Another one is really emotional, and we work with a lot of faith, perseverance, and just as the Mexican popular saying goes, effort award what fortune denies. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes y muchas
Thank you
gracias,
very much and good afternoon,
doctor Almaguer.
Dr. Almaguer.
Me piden que envíe saludos
I'm asked
a mis
to
colegas
send some
terapeutas
greets to
tradicionales
our
de
traditional
la región,
therapeutical
los
colleagues
practicantes de la
across the
medicina
region, to
maya popular a lo largo de
the
todo
users of Mayan popular
Centroamérica,
medicines in the whole Central
a
Americas,
los
to
cayahuayas
our
bolivianos,
Kayawaya colleagues from
a
Bolivia,
los yachachis,
to Yachachis,
a los jampiris,
to
a los
Hampiris,
camayos
to Kamayuk
del mundo andino.
from the Indian
Un
world.
abrazo
A really big
para todos ellos,
uh,
de parte de
greet for all of them
hermanos, de huayquichas, de todo el mundo.
from brothers from Waikiki from across the world. Thank you very much, Fernando. I receive it with a lot of warmth and I'll pass it on. 68 indigenous population in Mexico are working with this, more than 320 different languages. I think that we are the first or the second place in the world where more local languages are spoken, and we are really proud of being so nearby them and also learning extraordinarily off of them. That'll be a reason for another conference, Fernando. So thank you very much.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you.
A continuación, vamos a
Up
ver
next, we will look and
la
we'll see
presentación en video del doctor
another video from Dr.
Perdomo
Johan
Delgado,
Perdomo
quien también
Delgado, which
por
also,
dificultades
due
técnicas
to technical issues,
ha presentado sus excusas.
had
Creo
to
que los
excuse
organizadores
himself.
también
And I think that organizers had
en la época
anticipated
digital
that in the
creo que
digital era, given that we have a
se pueden
virus
perder
pandemic going on,
comunicaciones.
some communications might be
Estoy
affected.
afortunado
And
por
we were
estas
lucky
intervenciones
enough to have these interventions recorded just in case. So
adelante con la
please go ahead
presentación
with
del doctor Johan Perdomo.
Dr. Johan Perdomo's presentation.
Puedes comenzar.
You can start.
Sí, buenos días. Un saludo a
Yes, good
todos y
morning.
todas.
Uh,
Agradecemos
we would
a
like to
CAD, a la
thank
red de
the
medicina
opportunity to the network of
América,
Traditional Integrative Medicine of the Americas and
nuestro
to the
gremio,
team of the
por la
Brazilian
oportunidad de poder
Consortium for the
compartir
opportunity of being able to share with you
las experiencias de
today
articulación de las
the
tradiciones
articulation
medicina
experiences of traditional medicine, complementary and integrative in Cuba, and at the same time that we celebrate the
un reflejo
launching of this text,
de
which
todo
is
lo
a
que se puede
reflection
hacer con el
of
trabajo
everything that can be
integrado
done
y
with
articulado
integrated,
en
united, and
distintos
articulated type of
países
work
de la región. Vamos a
through
estar
all
compartiendo
the countries of the region. We'll be
experiencias
sharing
acá en Cuba.
our experiences a little bit here in Cuba in this
Siempre nos gusta comenzar
field,
diciendo
and we
que
will
todo
always
se
like to
hace en
start by
proporción
saying that everything
a
that's
un
done in
sistema
Cuba
nacional
is
dentro de un sistema
in
nacional de salud
health
que es
in a national
universal,
system that's
accesible,
universal,
regionalizado, integrado
free, regionalized,
también
wholesome, and of
a la
course,
medicina
it
natural
articulates
y tradicional.
natural and traditional
Eso es una
medicine,
fortaleza sin duda.
which is a strength without a doubt.
Nosotros acá en Cuba,
In
como
Cuba,
sucede prácticamente en todas las
as
regiones,
happens in across the region, we have
de la
important
propia población
background from our own population
estadístico que
and information from our own
utilizamos
people
medicina
that where
tradicional
they reflect the use
los aborígenes
of traditional plants.
que desde el siglo
And we
XIX
understand that from
hay
19th
experiencias
century,
en Cuba, modalidades
we've already
terapéuticas
had in
como
Cuba
la
therapeutic
homeopatía,
methods as
la medicina
homeopathy,
china.
traditional medicine, China, among others.
La primera mitad del
And in the
siglo
first half
XX ya
of the
se
20th
inició en el
century,
año
we've
45 ya
already
se
founded
fundó
in
el Instituto de
1945
Hidrología
the Hydrology and Climatology
y ese
Center.
propio año se
And
publicó
that
una
same
obra
year,
clave en el
we
estudio de la
published a
medicina tradicional
key
cubana, que es la obra de Juan Tomás Roy,
publishing
Plantas Medicinales
from Juan
Medicinales
Tomás
Aromáticas
Roy,
de Cuba.
Poisonous Aromatic
Ya
Traditional Plants
después de
of
la
Cuba.
revolución en el
And
año
after the
65,
triumph of the
la
revolution,
acupuntura
in
dentro
that
del
sense,
Sistema Nacional de Salud.
acupuncture is established in the Cuban
No fue hasta la década de los 90
guideline, and it wasn't until the decade of the
que
90s, with
el
all the
gobierno del país en
context
ese momento, que se
where the
llamaba
country was at that
el
point, where
gobierno
that they
conservador
adopted the
de
measures in the
Roosevelt,
government to
Cuba se denomina
favor what we call
República
in
Tradicional,
Cuba the
que
traditional
el
medicine
término
structure,
médico
which is
que se conoce
the
en Cuba
term that we use
internacionalmente
here
como
and
medicinas
what we use
tradicionales complementarias e integrativas.
internationally for integrative traditional
Estas
medicine.
medidas adoptadas en
These
esa
measures that
época
were adopted in
tuvieron
the
tres
90s
elementos
allowed us to
fundamentales.
have three
Importantes.
elements that
Uno
we
de ellos fue la
consider to be important.
aprobación
One of them was the approval of
cívico-política
the
natural y
medical
democrática
specialty of national
y la
traditional
creación de una
medicine,
unidad de
and the other
medicina
one was the creation of
tradicional
a
dentro del Ministerio de
natural
Salud.
traditional medicine within the Ministry of Public Health.
En el año 97,
And in
las opciones
1997,
fueron previas, se
these
implementaron
options
el
were
Programa
previous to
Nacional
that,
de
and we
Sanitarium
implemented the
y el
national
Programa Nacional
program of
para Desarrollar
traditional
Salud.
medicine as a sanitarium
Estos elementos
program, and that will be adapted
representan el
across the
avance que
country.
tuvo comenzando
And
en los
this
90
represents the advance that
en estos
it
temas.
had since the 90s, starting with these
Nosotros
topics.
acá, a partir del
Here,
proceso de implementación de los
since the
cambios
implementation process of
institucionales del
the
Partido
social and financial
se
policy of June,
ha impulsado el
we
desarrollo de
have
medicina
encouraged
tradicional
the
porque
development of this traditional natural medicine because
la medicina tradicional pasa a
the
ser
natural traditional medicine
específicamente
goes after and now is a
asuntos del sector de
guideline
la salud.
within
Contamos
the
con un
guidelines of
ministro, tenemos un
of
ministro
the
de
health sector, and we have a minister
desarrollo
that
de
backs up the
medicina
development
natural
of natural
que
traditional medicine from the government
en el
itself.
año 2015 se aprueba
In
un plan
2015, we've approved an
para
action plan
impulsar su
to
desarrollo.
ensure the
Este
development and
plan
consolidation,
incluye
that this plan would
una
include
activación
a
de
group of
cerca de
21
6
actions that are grouped in
componentes.
6 areas
Uno tiene
or
que
six
ver con los
components.
recursos
One of them
naturales,
has to do with the
su
natural products
distribución,
or the manufacturing,
comercialización,
distribution, and
y otro tiene que ver con los
commercialization,
elementos
and the other one
relacionados
has
con
to
el
do with
uso.
the
El otro tiene
medical
que ver con el
service related, and the other one is the educative component or educational component. Another one has to do with research, one that has to do with the promotion of health, and actions of control for the compliance of everything that was proposed by the Ministry of Public Health. And in the country will be generated because they not just participate of this plan, but also they are intersectorially linked to different parts of the organism of the state. But we'll see that this is one of the elements that will constitute without that as strength for us. In the country, and this is how it's reflected in the official publishing of the Republic, where they acknowledge traditional natural medicine for the promotion of health, the prevention of disease, for with diagnosed treatment and with rehabilitation from the traditional medical systems and different therapeutic modalities that are integrated with one another, and the traditional approach of a local of modern medicine. We see the traditional medicine and natural medicine as an element that's articulated with the rest of the actions of the national system of health, and we see natural medicine interact with all of the opportunities that it's provided, being a treatment or exclusive treatment, and that can start with the generation of evidences and improvement of life of patients, and that can also be complement or integrate in a protocol of attention of the needs of health specifically from people.
Que se incluyen la acupuntura y técnicas afines, la fitoterapia,
11 disciplines, which include acupuncture, phytotherapy, bee therapy, homeopathy, flower therapy, others which include Tai Chi, yoga, ozone therapy, medical hydrology, heliotalassotherapy, naturalistic nutritional orientation, and more recently Ayurveda has been incorporated, which is a mode that has just been introduced to the country. It is the 11th mode of traditional medicine regulated by ourselves. There is a series of elements which we would like to share, which are the ones we consider that somehow have set the trend regarding actions performed and which have determined advancements in Cuba on integration and articulation of natural traditional medicine within the national healthcare system beyond all legal documentation and the whole of the policy and government backing that we have via resolutions and documents drafted from the ministry. There are certain fundamental issues. One is integration of services and employment of an application of modes of natural and traditional medicine in 3 levels of attention. But of course, Cuba has developed traditional and traditional medicine articulated within 3 levels of attention, and it is practiced within the healthcare system. This is an important element because it ensures a high professional level of practitioners of natural and traditional medicine, and of course, a greater level of knowledge beyond the specialists themselves, the Cuban specialists themselves. We also have availability of a basic checklist of natural products since 2013. There is a basic table of medicines in country with 172 items in 2021. It approved the basic set of traditional medicine as uh, adjointed to regular ones. This is regulated. 61 of its elements is regulated from the or produced by Cuban pharmaceutical industry itself. And we also have an existence of a regulatory framework from our national regulator, and this guarantees especially the products, but also for modes of regulation, which are very specific in the case of phytotherapy, plant products, and as well as homeopathy products. And so we have that since the 90s, there has been a progressive incorporation in to different measures contents of traditional and natural medicine were incorporated into the medical science careers. And from this point on, since the implementation of the latest study plan for the career, natural and traditional medicine is now a course within the medicine career, and it stays as core curricula or as a specific course on health technologies with elements proper to traditional medicine, also among curricular content. There is a research program which was salvaged in 2015 as previously during the 90s to the aughts. It was there, but there was a transition and it was re-implemented in 2015. And so at this point, it is a program which moved on from being a sectorial one, coordinated by the Central Pharmacology Lab jointly with the Ministry of Public Health and significant. This means, or this entails intersectorial efforts among government agencies. It includes agriculture, the Ministry of Science, Technology, and the Environment, the Ministry of Higher Education, etc., because within that intersectorial effort, actions can be further strengthened. As results, per se, since 2015, since the action plan was approved, we have been increasing the sets of natural products, and we have been implementing the number of physical units of natural products that are being traded among our network of pharmacies, hospital pharmacies, as well as community ones. We have been increasing the use of natural and traditional medicine in healthcare, though since the reordering of elements due to COVID, the level of activity somewhat diminished for that sector. And also there is an increase of specialists and residents of the traditional and natural medicine career or profession. Now, a very brief example, what we did in the case of COVID regarding traditional natural medicine, and this we shared with partners in the network before, we introduced 4 modes within the protocol, the Cuban protocol for tackling COVID, which are homeopathy, phytotherapy, bee therapy, and an ozone therapy in prevention, as well as for treatment and rehabilitation of patients. It has been recorded a group of studies that have been published in the Natural Public Registry for clinical trials for homeopathy, as well as in for prevention, as well as for ozone therapy, which has 3 papers included within. And in the case of phytotherapy or plant therapy, we have 4 products based on turmeric used as medicine within the population, and it is now also being applied to ill patients. Later papers have been published. Also, there's a Peruvian holistic medicine gazette, which includes new pharmacology products and its implications for primary care of symptomatic respiratory patients, so not necessarily from COVID. These are articles which show our results and that we are somehow sharing. There is a 4th, more recent article on biosecurity and the observance of adverse effects to ozone therapy in COVID positive patients, which has been uh, published recently. And this is a sort of summary on how Cuba has articulated and integrated traditional and natural medicine within its healthcare system. The time has been brief. This is just an overview. And so we consider that in our country as well as in the region currently, with the strength of our network, we have the chance of continuing to develop and especially articulating amongst ourselves in the effort that we are carrying out. Thank you so much for the opportunity for sharing with you. I'm sorry, there's no audio.
Doctor, ¿puede abrir el audio, por favor?
Sí,
Doctor,
disculpen.
can you open your microphone, please? Yes, apologies. There was an issue. SARS-CoV-2 is as I say, gets into everything. Now we thank Dr. Perdomo for his presentation. And before moving on to questions, allow me to briefly and austerely summarize what has been expressed by each of our presenters as a strong resonant idea, which in principle I understand must be common to all three, and I would dare say to four of us, although the lady doctor was not able to be with us. Now, in the case of Dr. Wisniewski, he points out that traditional, complementary, and holistic medicine is very important to battle the increase in chronic issues, non-transmissible health issues, and especially signs and symptoms of those conditions. Now here I would like to point to the challenge that this medicine will be facing along with family medicine and physical medicine and rehabilitation post-pandemic, when post-pandemic arrives. Spaniards, Italians, the Chinese have warned us that the cost of post-pandemic aftermath or after effects, especially neurological ones, can be very significant, and they can even last a lifetime. And they are significant not only due to their intensity, but also due to what they demand from patients with a long outlook to survival with a strong neuropathologic elements. And I can give faith of that. I can attest to that since I am a COVID-19 survivor. I was ill last year for 2 months, and for 15 days, or well, for 2 months, I was hospitalized, and for 15 days, I was intubated with renal dialysis. And I still have neuropathological repercussions. But having survived, I must say that it came cheap to me. But there are also late repercussions of an irritation aspect, which can present several months after. So I believe that here, complementary, natural, and integral medicine will have a significant role to play. And also Dr. Wisniewski points out that for this purpose, it is important to incorporate it into government and sanitation policies in all countries. Dr. Almaguer, well, two phrases that impress us quite much. What we need to do is help to thrive, but not to regulate. And I remember our own experience in the country when we pretend to credit traditional therapists. And who are we to give credit within a knowledge which has its own categories, parameters, ways of assessing and researching? So who are we to pretend to give credit to? And indeed, it is joining or helping to flourish in an ongoing exchange that helps us to go along together. And it also impresses me much this phrase that traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine is as national security or national safety um, issue. It is a very strong phrase, and this invites us to listen, to hear each other, and to take care for each other mutually in this such mixed Americas with so many groups, or as a Peruvian poet would say, from all bloods. And finally, Dr. Perdomo talks to us about a traditional complementary and integrative medicine, which places itself within the framework of a universal and unified healthcare system as part of a larger whole, not as an appendix, not as a concession, but as a legitimate right of being a part of and of having the same level of parity as other political and sanitary or sanitation elements, and also with a strongly mm, it matters with adequate to provide services and also to perform research. I believe that this is something important. Now, to the measure, or as we wait for the arrival of more questions, I would like to pose two to Dr. Almaguer, to whom I give full freedom to express himself regarding what he knows from other uh, countries. The first one relates to some things shared via the chat. What are the pending challenges for traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine for its full development? What a development, full development, what a challenge within healthcare systems in countries and in the training, in the pre pre-degree training of professionals and technicians in health. And the second question, what is the space of development for traditional, complementary, integrative medicine under the framework of primary care, primary health care? Go ahead, Dr. Almaguer.
Doctor Alejandro, por favor, si usted puede abrir
Dr. Alejandro,
su
if you could
micrófono para
please
nosotros escucharlo.
open your mic and your camera, that way we can listen to you.
Doctor Alejandro, ¿nos está escuchando, por favor?
Dr. Alejandro, can you hear us, please?
Eh, entiendo que si vemos su nombre, sí tenemos al doctor
I
Almaguer.
understand that if we see his name, we do in fact have Dr. Almaguer online.
Disculpen, sé que hemos tenido algún
Excuse
problema
me, I know we've
también
had some
con
issue
alguna
as
de las
well
transmisiones, pero
on with some of the
parece que el
broadcasts,
SARS-CoV-2
but
tiene
it
efectos
seems
adicionales a
SARS-CoV-2
los
has
sanitarios.
additional
Doctor
effects
Alejandro Almaguer, ¿nos
than
escucha, por favor?
health-wise. Dr. Almaguer, can you hear us, please?
Tenemos alguna dificultad. Voy
We're
a
having
pasar a
some
leer
issues.
alguna de
I'm going to move
de
on
sus
to read
necesidades
some of our
y
final
luego
conclusions
ojalá
regarding,
recobremos la
well, we hope
comunicación con el doctor
we are able to resume
Almaguer.
contact with
Esperamos
Dr. Almaguer. We
que
hope
así sea.
that
Disculpen, pero
it is so. I apologies,
bueno,
but well,
ese es el grave problema
this is the
de la
grave
de la
issue of
modernidad y de los sistemas susceptibles a los virus.
modernity and systems susceptible to
Una de las
viruses.
conclusiones
some conclusions which somehow are common to all is that we are facing a new concept of health, and that this concept goes beyond mm, bio biology, psychology, and society. This old definition from 1965, and which now speaks of a balance not only on biology, psychology, society, but also regarding energy and spirit. The second thing is that traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine is integrated under a way of living which is enriching and distinct and different. It is not only medicine, it is, as in the Andean world, would be called the sumach causae, the good living, or the living well, the sumach jamanya, in the case of the not the Quechuas but the Aymaras, and which is synthesized as well in an old Aymara proverb from our common ancestors, Peruvian, Chilean, and Bolivian, which says, let's all go together. Nobody should be left behind. Everything should suffice for all. Nobody should lack anything. It is important to know that the Americas region has such a rich experience in all of this, not only millenary in relation to its empires, the Maya, the Aztec, the Inca Empire, the Amazon Empire, but even through the presence of allopathic medicine. In the 20th century, Manuel Perez Butrón, in such a far away era such as 1930, in the highlands of Bolivia and Peru, he worked closely with traditional therapists and also with what we know today as healthcare promoters, which is not the same as traditional therapists, and whose example was picked up at Alma Ata by David Tejada Rivero and Halden Mahler, along with from other countries in Africa or from China itself. And in that sense, they set the need for a multidisciplinary, participatory, complementary healthcare, which is in turn part of a different way of living. Finally, I would like to repeat what was said by Dr. Alejandro Almaguer, that before regulating, we must go in hand with much humility so that something that was always ours may thrive, and so that it finds an equal space to allopathic medicine. It is not about satanize or demonizing one of them or the other, but to understand that there is a deep necessity for dialogue among two systems which complement each other, which add to each other, and by adding they multiply, and which must not subtract as to not to divide. From my end, I would like to once more ask Dr. Alejandro Almaguer whether he has been able to reconnect.
No logramos contactar con el doctor. Qué
We are
lástima.
not able to contact the doctor. It's regrettable.
Bueno, entonces he terminado la moderación.
So I am finished with moderating, and I will now leave the organizers to continue with the agenda, or excuse me,
Doctor Almaguer, ya lo vemos.
Para servirle,
Dr.
señor.
Almaguer, we can see you
Quiero comer
now.
un taquito como ustedes.
Here to
Son las
serve.
3 horas de México.
I was having
Para servirle,
a
señor.
taco with you in the Mexican Azores.
Sí.
Now, doctor, there were two questions for you.
Le voy a decir para que un poco desahogue. Levante los brazos hacia
I'll
arriba, esa es
tell
una
you what to do. Go put your hands up, and that will go away immediately. And then there's another one. What we usually tell people at their marriage, the groom tells the bride, don't cough because they'll find us.
Las dos preguntas para usted, doctor, son
Go
las
ahead. Now, the two questions for you, doctor, are the following. What are the challenges?
de la medicina
What are pending challenges to traditional medicine,
complementaria e integrativa
traditional complementary integrative
para su
medicine,
desarrollo pleno
for its
en los
full
sistemas
development
de salud de las Américas
within healthcare systems in the
y
Americas,
la
as
formación
well as
académica
in
y
the
pregrado de las distintas
pre
profesiones
or
y formación técnica de
undergraduate
la salud.
training
Y la
in
segunda,
healthcare professionals and technicians. And the
¿considera
second one
usted
is, how
que
would
dentro
you
de la
consider among
atención primaria de salud
primary
a la medicina
attention, healthcare attention,
tradicional
to
y
traditional,
complementaria
complementary,
integrativa?
and integrative
Adelante, doctor
medicine?
Almaguer.
Go ahead, Dr. Almaguer. Thank you. Now, regarding the first one, there is no doubt that the first, and with such a rich country, fifth place in mega diversity and for traditional knowledge as well, 24 million indigenous persons in Mexico, plus 1 million Afro descendants, exist currently with their own medicine, with their own knowledge. So much so that the first issue is recording this knowledge and and mainstreaming, because if imagine how extraordinary it would be for countries in America for the regulating body, go for PRIS, the sanitation regulator, or to provide certainty via their national researchers at these intercultural encounter with wise persons, for them to shed light on knowledge or what to do with menstrual cramps, for instance, how to achieve having a boy or a girl, how to increase the quality and the quantity of milk, of breast milk, how to remove bile cramps or gallstones. So we should not get into mm, ex- knowledge exclusive to medicine, but for this knowledge, for it to be disseminated throughout the population, only for certain things, to use the official medical system for calling it so. And this interrelation with other models. I can give you information on this. You cannot compare removing a gallbladder by a medical surgeon properly trained, comparing them to giving prescribing tea for 15 days, and if it fails, another tea, because knowledge is so deep that we have 70 teas for gallstones, and if they all fail, then that's for which the operating room is. And then another thing is that people should be told, in the case of my country, for instance, that allopathic doctors, including immunologists and allergologists, have very little to do with allergies and asthma. It is not so with homeopathy, which is extraordinary. So these are elements that we should start seeking a, a space of opportunity for each practice, for each therapeutic practice, and to inform the nation, first, for its safe usage for common ailments, and second one, to determine where that specialist is that can provide me with the best option. That's how it should go. And then the other one is similar to this one. In primary healthcare, it would be extraordinary for common management of prescriptions for that to be held not only by the nurse, but also to health
cotidiano, así como los entrenamos para usar un estetoscopio, para usar el baumanómetro para tomar la presión, para tomar el pulso.
assistant
Así en ese
in
sentido,
using
hacemos
stethoscope
valoraciones y prescripciones
for taking
de
pressure,
medicamento.
for
Por
performing
supuesto,
assessment, and also for
no se espanten,
prescriptions
por favor.
on common ailments. And
Nos,
not,
nos
please do not
critican
be afraid
la
for this.
COFEPRIS
Now, we are
por
criticized by
justa razones de su
COFEPRIS
cosmovisión, de su
and
cosmovisión cultural.
fairly from their own
Podemos envenenar a
cultural
la gente con alguna cosa.
viewpoint
Pues
that we
sí,
may
entiéndalo
poison
bien.
people
Hay un estudio en
with
México que
herbs.
no se ha
But
publicado,
this is not so. There is a paper in
que en
Mexico which
México
has
son
not been
más o menos
published
300
stating that
toneladas
around
de
300
medicamentos
tons of
frescos y
medicinal
secos
plants
en el
are being
país,
sold fresh and dry
multado de
at
precio.
in the country's
Imagínense,
markets.
¿por qué no hay tantos
So
muertos?
imagine,
¿Por qué no hay
why
tantas
are
personas
there
enfermas?
not
Son
as
los
many
resultados
intoxicated or
que
dead
todavía
people?
tenemos
This has not been
conocimiento en los hogares.
disseminated because we
Nosotros
still do not
tenemos
have the
licenciados
knowledge
en
in
medicina,
homes.
lo saben
We
todos,
still have
especialmente el
the
doctor.
elderly there
El
who
tiempo
know about
llegará
this, not
cuando
only
los
the
pacientes
traditional
quieran
doctor.
recurrir de estos
So the breaking
alimentos
point will
que son
happen
tradicionales.
when these
Cuando perdamos
people
a los
over
padres y a los abuelos y no
age
sabrán
of
qué es lo
70
tradicional.
are no
Entonces,
longer there, when we
este
lose our
conocimiento
grandparents.
que sea del dominio público.
And so this knowledge should
Por
be
esa
public
razón,
domain. And
es
so for that
importante
reason,
desde las
it
escuelas
must be
que no
taught from
encierren nada en
schools,
particular,
but not
sino esta
the
visión
medicine
intercultural
itself,
del
but this
abordaje de la salud,
intercultural
de enfermedades y
vision
muerte.
of
No cerrarnos
tackling
a que solo hay
disease
un
and
modelo
death and not
médico
closing ourselves that there is
para
one
que
single
resuelva.
medical
Hay
model
una
for
serie de
resolving, of
opciones
to
en
cure.
países
There's a series of
como,
options in countries such as Mexico,
Brasil,
such as
como
Peru,
Bolivia.
such as Brazil, Bolivia,
Eso
Haiti.
eso es lo que puedo
So
compartir. La
that's what
enseñanza
I can
tiene
share
que ser
with
de
you.
esta forma
And
sencilla.
teaching must
No,
happen in this
no,
simple
no
way,
quieran meter a
not
todo a la fuerza,
to
por
want to
favor.
just cram
Eso
everything
no
in
pasó
there,
por el
please,
modelo científico, no es cierto,
which
eso no debe
what
de
didn't
ser,
go through the scientific
eso
method
no
is
debe de
not
ser. Ahorita
true.
que
That should not be
más de 1000
so.
años de
Listen to
experiencia,
me.
la tomamos como
4,000
cierto y la
years
tomamos
of
de esta
experience
manera,
and knowledge
tenemos que
conveyed in
darle
this
cierto
manner.
peso
We must give it
y
that weight
progresivo
and that
para poder
specific
salir
value
adelante.
in order to move
Reserva
forward.
de comentar otras cosas. Gracias, don
Now,
Fernando.
that's just instead of
Muchísimas
commenting on
gracias.
other things.
Un
But that would be it, Dr.
agradecimiento a los
Fernando. Thank
organizadores
you so
por su
much
esfuerzo
to the organizers
y
for
un
their efforts.
agradecimiento a todos los participantes.
Thanks to
Y me
participants.
despido un
And
poco a
I
la
will now
mexicana del doctor
sing
Almaguer.
by
Muy
Mexican
agradecidos,
style,
muy agradecidos, muy agradecidos.
very, very, very
Los
thankfully.
administradores.
I
Gracias.
leave the administration now to take the wheel.
Bueno,
Thank you.
muchísimas gracias a los dos. Doctor Almaguer, ha sido un gusto escucharlo. Y,
Thank you, Dr. Almaguer. It's been a real pleasure to hear you. And like we also wanted to express our thankfulness. Yes, we are. We're really thankful for letting us help in coordinating and presiding this panel. Thank you very much. And we are at your disposal. Now, good afternoon. Now we'll introduce our president from our next panel, and that's Dr. Liana Incio Incio. She's a licensee and magister in economy from the Autonomous University of Puebla. Currently, she's an academic director of the National School of Public Health, SAP. Also, she's a consultant in Mexican University for the internationalization of superior education. As you can see, she's got a lot of experience in all of the education and teaching. So for us, it's a real honor to have her here as the president of this panel. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Dr. Elian. Thank you very much, Dr. Martha Villar. I'd like to greet everyone that's here with us from the 5 continents, from all other countries, from the National School of Public Health of Peru and the Ministry of Peru. Let's receive a warm hug, the best of wishes for all of us to overcome these harsh times that are challenging us constantly. And we've reached to our 4th panel of this second summit, or worldwide summit towards an integrative type of medicine to close down this first day of work. We would like to thank the opportunity that the Medic School of Peru has given us to different institutions to be able and be a part of this important event. Without a doubt, is really good for us right now. That let me repeat, are really challenging in all of the spheres of life and of course
Doctor
in
Eliana,
health as well.
doctor
Dr.
Eliana,
Eliana,
disculpa.
I'm sorry.
Estamos con una situación técnica. ¿Le
We have
puedo
a
pedir
technical
un
issue.
segundito en
We'll
cuanto
ask you to
regresemos?
please hold for a moment. We're solving that, okay? Yes, no problem.
Si sirve mi
Muy bien, nuevamente estamos regresando y acá ahora tenemos para poder desarrollar una pausa activa. Y para ello estamos invitando a nuestra amiga Libertad Aguilar. Ella es experta en euritmia. Euritmia es uno de los métodos que se utiliza en la medicina antroposófica. Este método es muy importante en la parte terapéutica de esta medicina. Vamos a ver entonces cómo ella nos orienta para poder hacer esta pausa activa. Adelante, por favor, Libertad.
Muchas gracias, doctora Marta. Bueno, buenas tardes para todas y para todos. Un abrazo desde Colombia, desde Medellín. Entonces, con muchas ganas de compartir un par de ejercitaciones, de prácticas, donde en la euritmia, a través de sonidos que se hacen gestos en el cuerpo, que se vuelven gestos corporales, entramos en conexión con fuerzas creadoras que nos ayudan o que nos permiten vitalizarnos, armonizarnos, volver a conectarnos con esa presencia desde nuestro yo que habita nuestro cuerpo, una presencia muy consciente y muy dispuesta a ser receptiva hacia lo que viene del mundo. Entonces, espero que apelemos a nuestras niñas y a nuestros niños interiores, nos liberemos de prejuicios y de conocimientos previos y simplemente nos entreguemos al sentir de lo que estas prácticas, de lo que esta práctica nos deja como mensaje para nuestra conexión con nuestro cuerpo, pero a través de percibir qué sucede en él cuando movemos de esta manera. ¿Listo? Entonces nos ponemos de pie. ¿Me ven bien ahí? Muy bien.
Sí, está bien.
Entonces, como para sentir que nos paramos, un estirón largo, eso, hacia los costados, como para que oxigenemos un poco los músculos, eso, y hacia atrás, ese espacio de atrás tan olvidado, que es el espacio de la escucha, eso es. Nos agachamos y damos un masajito, una percusión corporal como para avisarle al cuerpo que lo vamos a percibir. Muy bien. Y soltamos como todas las interferencias que tengamos en este momento para que la cabeza también vuelva a conectarse con el cuerpo, porque hemos estado muy concentrados. Calentamos las manitos y llevamos primero que todo las manos al corazón y tratamos de escuchar los latidos del corazón con las manos, que es algo que hemos olvidado y que nos habla de cómo estamos, si estamos agitados, tranquilos, pesados, livianos, alegres, tristes. Y los invito a que recuerden esa sensación para comprobar si después de la práctica cambió algo, para darnos cuenta. Soltamos. Y los invito primero a hacer una exhalación corporal profunda para soltar y disponernos al movimiento. Se llama la risa eurítmica y utiliza dos fonemas, dos sonidos. La H, que es una exhalación profunda, ja, todos digan ja. Y la A, que es un gesto abierto. La A como una apertura al mundo. Y cuando se juntan esos dos sonidos, vamos a hacerlo con los hombros, contrayéndolos y soltando enérgicamente y que por la inercia del movimiento las manos suban. Ja. 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 Soltamos rodillas dobladas. Ja. Ja, ja. Y ahora la vamos a convertir en risa acelerando. Ja, 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 ja. Listo, y eso ya nos ayuda a liberar un poquitico tensiones. Otra vez. Ja, ja, con energía. Ja. Y aceleramos. Ja, 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 bien. Entonces, bueno, agradeciendo al doctor Iván Villegas que me invitó a compartirles esto. Esta práctica la usamos también como una práctica terapéutica en paralelo al tratamiento médico desde la medicina antroposófica y nos ayuda como a integrar mejor esos medicamentos, a ser activos también en gestionar nuestra sanación. Y para ello es necesario también que los pies, o sea, que todo el cuerpo esté presente, pero especialmente los pies activos, los pies calienticos. Entonces vamos a calentarlos con un ejercicio que es así, talón, punta, talón, y doy un paso. Cada quien en la medida de su espacio. Talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón. Atrás también, atrás, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón. Y más rápido, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón, talón. Y suelten la cabeza, que no sea ella la que dirija el movimiento. Es el cuerpo como danzando. Talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón, talón, punta, talón. Pausita. Y lo vamos a combinar este gesto con un sonido que cuando suena ese sonido, es un sonido como que hace que dos fuerzas se encuentren, que es la E. Cuando uno toma distancia, uno dice, un momento, para poder comprender mejor. Y la E en la euritmia la realizamos cruzando las manos y en ese cruce sentir que ese cruce, ese encuentro de los brazos se hace muy presente. O sea, que no está así como una flor marchita, sino que está presente, activo, que se siente un pequeño dolorcito inclusive, porque es un gesto donde yo al tocarme a mí misma, me percibo a mí misma. ¿Listo? Y lo que vamos a hacer es 3 veces ese gesto. E. Otra vez. E. Y con la H exhalamos grande. Ja. E. Ja. E. Ja. Ja. Y lo combinamos con talón, punta, talón. Entonces, paso y suelto, ja. Ja. Talón, punta, talón, ja. Exhalo. Talón, punta, talón, ja. 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 Última. Ja. Y soltamos suavecito, suavecito. En la euritmia no termina el ejercicio y descargamos, sino que soltamos suavecito y escuchamos la resonancia del ejercicio en nosotras. Exacto. Si se van dando cuenta, el cuerpo va sintiéndose más activo, más caluroso, más despierto. Y ahora las invito a un viaje muy, muy rápido. Las invito y los invito, como tengo en la cámara unas damas, entonces ahí las siento más cercanas con la cámara. Las invito y los invito a un recorrido muy corto, perdón, porque esto es más profundo, pero en vista del tiempo, como que confíen en mí como niños y vamos a asombrarnos con las vocales de cómo ellas crean una gestualidad que crea atmósferas anímicas, atmósferas del sentir. Y en esta medida afinan esta parte del sentimiento. Entonces vamos a hacer un gesto abierto. Volvemos al centro del corazón y otra vez. Y yo voy a entonar la vocal que sale de aquí. Ah. Y en la A, esa apertura nos permite abrirnos al mundo con alegría. Otra vez, crear esa sensación de apertura hacia el mundo. Ah. Y ahora en esa apertura es a veces necesario también hacer lo contrario, un cierre para tomar distancia y volverse a conectar consigo mismo. Entonces, de esa apertura, y cuando ya me conecto conmigo mismo, entonces crezco en interés de nuevo hacia el mundo y me estiro como una flechita. Y aparece la I, que me dice que yo estoy aquí. Eso. Y de ahí, cuando ya tengo ese interés bien despierto, quiero abrazar el mundo y hacemos un gesto redondo que abarque todo el espacio que me rodea, dedo corazón con corazón. Oh, es un abrazar y sentirme una con el mundo. Y en el último gesto, la U, proyecto esa fuerza al infinito y a la profundidad de la tierra también. Muy bien, ahora como niñas y niños, bien alegres con esas vocales a cantarlas con el cuerpo. Amaneciendo está. Presente estaré. Y qué alegría, estoy aquí. Oh, abrazando con amor. En el universo estás tú. Y con los pies ahora. Los pies también danzan las vocales. Amaneciendo está. Equilibrio. A ver cómo estás, equilibrio ahí, desde el cruce. Presente estaré. Y todo se estira, todo ilumina. Y qué alegría, estoy aquí. Y ahora todo se pone redondo. Ese espacio redondo lo abarcamos. Todos los deditos juntos, deditos junticos, nada de fugas. Abrazando con amor. Y en la U nos empinamos cuando vamos arriba. En el universo estás tú y vamos abajo. Última vez. Amaneciendo está. Presente estaré. Y qué alegría estoy aquí. Redonditos, abrazando con amor. En el universo estás tú. Y hacemos una pausita y dejamos que esos sonidos vocálicos hayan afinado ese ámbito anímico, ese ámbito de las emociones, porque las emociones tienen el vehículo que se transportan al mundo a través de las vocales. Sin vocales no hay emociones. ¡Ay, qué alegría! ¿Sí o no? Bueno, y para cerrar, vamos a hacer el ejercicio como la columna vertebral de la euritmia, que es conectarnos con la pesadez y crecer en un rayito de luz, empujando la tierra desde los pies y la cabeza es lo último que sube. Y llegar a la vertical, muy luminosos. Sentir que hay un rayito de luz que me atraviesa y me hace sentir presente, más allá de los pies y de la coronilla. Y ahora esa I que aparece ahí, ese gesto luminoso de la I, lo conectamos con la tierra a través de la A, que nos conecta con las fuerzas vitales del movimiento. Y ahora abrazamos en el
Now we embraced in the middle with the O, and we have our three qualities of our human being. And thinking about doing and feeling, thinking, doing, and feeling in a coherent manner, and light of my mind. A, strengthening my way of acting. O, love and trust in my heart. One more time.
Crecemos en un rayito de luz.
We grow in a ray of light.
Luz en mi pensar.
Light of my mind. A.
Fuerza en
Strength
actuar.
in my
Sin
acting.
perder a ninguna de las dos.
And without losing any of them both, I will integrate it in my O.
Amor y confianza en mi corazón.
Oh, love and trust in my heart.
Como si
And
nos
now,
fuésemos a tomar una selfie.
just as if we were going to take a selfie, we see each other from outside, and we see if that eye, if the line that shed of light that goes across me or through me is powerful. If A has the roots of my feet, if I have strength down below, and in the middle we see if our gesture is comfortable and loving. If it's rigid, we need to be not like this. We need to be comfortable. That's what we need to feel. In those three, I'll leave it with you so it can join you and us the rest of our session. We go back to our hands in our chest, and the question is, are we the same as we started?
Espero que no.
Well, I hope not, certainly, and I hope that you all feel a little bit more, a tad more strong to carry on.
Muchas gracias. Un abrazo.
Thank you very much. A good warm hug. And
Excelente.
thank you very much,
Muy
Libertad.
bueno.
Been
Estamos
excellent.
sintiéndonos muy bien.
We now feel better
Sí, sí, sí. Y además también más relajados.
and also more relaxed.
Muchas gracias nuevamente.
Thank you very much again.
Bien, entonces ahora sí voy a
Okay,
dar
so
a la
I'll leave you
doctora Eliana Incio.
with Dr. Eliana
Como hemos
Incio.
comentado,
As
sabe
we've mentioned before,
economía,
she's a magister
ahora
in
está
economics,
conduciendo
and now she's conducting the national school
de
in
Ministerio de
South
Salud.
for the
Adelante,
Ministry of Health.
por favor.
Please, Dr. Eliana, go ahead.
Muchas gracias, doctora Marta Villar.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Por esta
Martha Villar.
oportunidad,
Thank you for this
gracias,
opportunity.
Libertad.
Thanks
Realmente
to Libertad,
necesitamos esa pausa
we
activa.
really needed that
Bien,
active
en
pause.
este panel que
And in
cierra
this
las
panel that's
actividades de este
close
primer
in
día
today's
del World
activities for this
Summit,
first day of our
estaremos
worldwide
abordando
summit,
políticas públicas y
we will be
regulaciones
talking about
tradicionales
regulations of
en la
traditional
medicina
policy,
integrativa
of traditional
en
medicine
las Américas
in
y para
CTI
Latinoamérica.
Americas, and this is
De
our
manera
second part.
testimonial, en
We will
este
have
panel
in this
cuatro
panel
importantes
four important
expositores.
speakers.
Por favor, si me apoyan para
Please, if you can help me out to start looking at
diapositivas.
your screens or your
Vamos a recibir
resumes,
después
we'll
al doctor
receive first
Rafael
up Dr.
Dagalba.
Rafael
Él
Dagalba.
es licenciado en ciencias
He's
biológicas
licensed in biological science. Allow me have my piece of paper.
en ciencia biológica y en análisis de
Biologic science and analysis of policies and health systems.
nacional de
He's a national consultant for non-transmissible illnesses as a focal point
Brasil.
from the OPS Brazil's point of contact point
Federal de Rio Grande do Sul,
with the University of Rio do Sul,
ciencia de la
with masters in
cardíaca y ciencias
sciences of
cardiovasculares.
health and cardiovascular sciences, currently with a doctorate and a PhD in public health from the Federal University of Brasilia. He's a researcher from projects and alliances with Rio Grande do Sul and the Ministry of Health of Brazil in the field of public health. Technical consultant of PAHO and WHO, technical unit of determinants of health.
Sin más preámbulo, recibamos al doctor.
Without any further ado, let's receive Dr. Rafael Dogalba, and a real pleasure to hear you out, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Eliana. I'm glad to be here on behalf of Tahoe, Brazil. It's been interesting listening to Dr. Socorro Cruz. She's a warrior to deal with all these challenges presented that we had with Dr. Alejandro. A lot of perspectives on challenges we have in public health and different paradigms in Brazil. In Brazil, we are getting more and more space in PAHO, through these policies on to how to see health. Let me show you my screen. A little bit of a summary on the structuring. We had this brilliant speech of Dr. and who is coordinating all this regarding WHO. What are these TCIM? This is a set of guidelines, of health based on theories and experiences in different cultures used to promote health, prevention, and recovery. The paradigm is based on integrity and promotion of health, which is different from biomedic paradigm, this current model that we have. In many countries, the main offer of services for the population is going towards the waste of self-care in this society, which is more and more individual, that has private interests. Each point of traditional medicine are very important. Telling you a little bit about Brazil, traditional medicine has a long story and ancestry in traditions. It's a set of knowledge and theories, beliefs from different cultures that could be explained by scientific methods, and sometimes it's not. It helps us to keep health, prevent, diagnose, and improve physical and mental diseases. Traditional medicine in Brazil is not in the Brazilian traditional complementary and integrative practices. It comes from indigenous traditions, and this is a challenge in Brazil. These practices as a complementary medicine, in the past we used alternative medicine, which was understood as a damaging practice, as in a pejorative manner. We adopted these complementary structure as a set of practices in health which don't make part of the conventional health in a country, and it's not totally integrated in our country's health. We have also made difference to traditional medicine in this regard. Integrative medicine is it's a concept that is being built. It's a change, a significant change in medicine for integrative health, and this is making difference. Integrative health care have a lot of approaches which are being coordinated. They are trying to interconnect all these paradigms to build dialogue for complementary health. Dr. Santi talked a little bit about the history, and we have here these TCIM. In Kazakhstan, they've been creating the importance of traditional medicine. Mainly in Brazil, its strength is the instauration of its role in primary health care. Following this path, implementing big challenges, we have launched global plans, global strategies for implementation in different countries in the world. In Latin America, in 2015, TCIM network was created in a regional library to create a network to discuss traditional medicine all over America. From this point, there are strategic plans that are aligned to WHO, supported by PAHO, are approaching the strengthening of this evidence and to reinforce these qualities, the adequate use of these matters, and to have a universal coverage. All these policies are part of the Sustainable Development Goals, not only in terms of health, but in the structure of ecosystems, to work on a perspective of agroecology, to create economic and health cities. In this map, you can see the world view going through global report. It gives us the impression, one of the first impressions we got with this picture on how these practices are. 179 out of 193 countries contributed with these important documents. There are 98 countries which declared having policies in traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, and the increase globally on these national policies have increased. There is an increase as well, significant increase of national institutes, research institutes in TCIM, as well as evidence release scientific publications on TCIM. 170 out of 193 countries stated that they use TCIM, including indigenous practices, which means that this is a health model which is very important, and we need to continue. This is an important milestone to continue working on national health care. In the Americas, the TCIM is going towards the big use of these practices. Hence, there is a diversity of concepts which prevent us from favoring more integrated policies to achieve more international organizations' commitment. I'm glad to say that it's been 5 years for TCIM 15-year anniversary, and I'd like to reflect on these strong policies in the Americas regarding TCIM. This story started in 1986, the 8th Health Conference that was exposing, presenting the importance of these popular traditional medicine as a method of integrative population practices. In 2006, this national council was created in Brazil. In 2006, there was also a medicine and phytotherapeutic plant national policies to help and enhance practices, and it was very influent, impacted a lot the country. Then in 2007, there was a strengthening on the social control by TCIM making it more democratic and putting it in a level of discussing technologies, healthcare technology in a democratic manner. Health department has been signed some agreements in basic health, basic primary health, and in 2008, we performed the first international seminary for and we created the first medical plans national program. In 2009, more and more implementation actions for the national policies, and the first report for the Anthroposophic Medicine Health Observatory 2011 picked as an instrument the national program for improvement in national health care, the first program for primary health all over the country. 2012, the first result of this research in improving primary health, focusing on more than 3,000 teams. 2013, publication of research publications and a strengthening of these services. The first conference on pigs in the northern Brazil. 2014, a national conference on primary health and family health practices. 2015, including this national program for the basic and primary health information, and to try to have this strategic planning of this important practice. And in 2016, we had the first pilot course of auriculotherapy. And then we also, in 2017, the first Congress Pigs, a Pigs Congress. The first medical consortium, Brazilian consortium, with other institutions, created evidence, maps, and supported making decision of key partners and the coordination of integrative of TCIM. In 2018, a new extension of the policies, including 10 new practices and the performance of an international congress of these practices. This launch of this virtual library on health in TCIM and the National Observatory creation for TCIM practices at the national level. 2019, launching the services on primary health practices, including this national program, complementary practices, and the approval of new projects in the national health system. 2020, creation of evidence maps, along with CAPSIN, BIREM, and PAHO. And these pigs were also included in the protocol of overweight and obesity. In 2020, pigs reached 78% of Brazilian municipalities. And in 2021, our anniversary of 15 years of these policies in Brazil, even is one of the policies more of the consolidated in the Latin American background, in a country with so many people, 150 million people dependent on the national health system. These integrative practices are present in more than 15,000 services, health services. 78% in the municipalities. All these register or records of these practices are important, but there isn't enough investment, which makes so difficult for these matters to continue with the planning and enhancement. There is a transition from a tolerant model of the implementation of TCIM practices for an inclusion model. There is still a lot of resistance in putting these practices in at a federal level, as the municipalities are supporting these practices and health workers are investing in these TCIM practices, and they need to use their own money for buying some of the products to provide them for the population. The regional background in the Americas, low institution program for TCIM. There isn't a coordination among the network. We have an hegemony in a determined technological type for health, biomedic paradigm, which is imposing incompatibility, systemic incompatibility. And in all these systems, assessment is important, especially in health. There are macro challenges regarding TCIM, scientific qualification, which is also not, which it might help in the health environment, is research and evidence. We have these light technologies, social technologies, these hard technologies in the market, which influence to the biomedic, closed hermetic technologies, and these other practices. These light practices or light health are very important, and it was highlighted by the health system. These light technologies and social technologies don't have any market value. Due to the pandemic, social isolation, at least in Brazil, was one of the only strategies before the vaccine, was only the only way, isolation. And then hard technologies, the use of medication without any therapeutic efficacy for COVID. Hard technologies are overlapping light technologies. This discrepancy in the care model has a strong ally for the biomedic model, supported by the market. And another element that is important is health professionals training. Public training should be supported by the health system, but most professionals in Brazil, health workers in Brazil, are supported by the private area or sector. And there is an idea on the banking education, which is limited and that has some other interest. We need a citizenship education. There is a lot of complexity. Public health system is not really working on training. If we could add technology or phytotherapy on national technology sovereignty would help a lot. We also have some strategic allies. Observa Peaks, which is the first researcher Theo Cruz, the Academic Consortium of Brazil, Theo Cruz, Ready Peak, which is a social institution for integrative practices as a discrepancy model, care model, and the TCIM Ready. The strategies in Brazil are as follows: supporting actions in this TCIM network. We are creating a project of mapping in the Americas, and we will be supported by everyone in this network of TCIM. We have also supported the PICS program. I'd like to leave this question. It's not an epidemiological a question of hard sciences, but social sciences question. What are PICS? Which is a concept challenge to guide practices and policies, political action. We have this gap in health, in the health systems. I'd like to make some reflections on some questions in ethical, aesthetic, and political matters for these practices, which have to do with the ethical structure. We need to understand more than these rules and the set of truth, and to show that this is an understanding of health, of this health concept, an ethical understanding from the differences that are done with multiple knowledge, and to live from all these differences. This ethical dimension of the proposal is not given by a moral production on the sense of duty, but from listening, from the experience, from traditional practices, and from the transformation that is encountered there. We should be connected to the life formation. And with this, we will have all these ethical, methodological methods. This question and statement is giving you an aesthetic idea. It's not only one area which has all the truths, but a creation of a field that is connecting everything in our thought, in our body, works of art, and to have this technical productivity to reflect and to invest on an offer, and a health offer that makes sense and has meaning, and to break this model in this care process. It is important to discuss these rescue techniques to give value to these practices, which is not only focused on evidence and market model, but to something else. This is enhancing practices and new models, and to consider all the forces in this game. On political challenges, this is fighting against other forces of life. As a social technology, we need integrity values, universe values, and democracy. Democracy has evidenced these mechanisms that we need, and to understand these influences in the private background. Trying to find the scientific research on the public health perspective must meet the demands and desires of the population in a correct manner and to try to respond to these emergencies and urgencies. Thank you very much. Let me close now my participation and thank you for letting me share this with you. Thank you once again.
Doctora Eliana, estamos precisando que active el audio, por favor. Muchísimas gracias.
Sí, perdón. Muchas gracias, doctor Rafael Dalalba.
Thank you so much to Dr. Rafael Alarba, who has shared his experiences on management policies on TCIM in Brazil. I'm not sure whether we can take up some questions at this point. In any case, we will leave them for the end of this panel. Thank you for aiding me and assisting to present our next panelist, please. Dr. Gualberto Segovia Meza. He will be sharing experiences in regulation and policy on TCIM in Peru. Dr. Gualberto is a medical surgeon, a specialist in family and community medicine, current general director for the National Intercultural Medicine Center for Peru. He's currently the director of traditional medicine for the National Institute of Health Peru and master's study from the Politecnico Valencia University, Spain, and a doctorate or a PhD in medicine by the National San Marcos University. He currently has a diploma in alternative and complementary medicine by the same university. Dr. Gualberto Segovia Mesa, once more, thank you so much for being here, and go ahead, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, Dr. Eliana. Firstly, I would like to thank the medical school, and I would like to thank the summit as well. In this edition, should I upload my presentation or will you be sharing? Yes, doctor, please go ahead. You may share your screen. There we go. Receive a warm welcome from our Ministry of Health. Dr. Eliana is representing, and I'm General Director of the National Center for Intercultural Health. And at this opportunity, this fourth panel for public policy and regulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, it's on me to present on regulation and policy experiences on TCIM in Peru. The goal precisely is to know more on public policy that has been implemented, especially now in Peru, and which has fostered this articulation of traditional and complementary and integrative medicine among our official healthcare systems. So I will now refer to certain goals achieved in the health sector and some challenges that we still have, especially the challenge of working on the complementary and integrative part with more intensity, and the perspectives that we have for the next years, the coming years. There are two aspects that I would like to highlight for our friends who are following this presentation in order to know more about our national healthcare system, Peru, and where our traditional medicine finds itself here, this aspect. The Peruvian healthcare system is pretty much segmented in the public as well as in the private domain when we have financial entities for health in Peru. So by this we mean that on one hand there is segmentation by the labor one is performed, or if you do not have a job, then you will be under the responsibility of the Ministry of Health and regional governments, and that's where you have holistic healthcare insurance. Now, under a directly contributive schema, we have several subsectors within the sector, which is why we have this segmented system in the country. We have the Defense Ministry, Interior or National Affairs Ministry. Then we have Social Security, we're calling it so, as Salud in our country. And then we have private insurance, which has its own provider. Now, in this upper part, we are always saying that we are a country with mostly segmented in health affairs, each with their own norms, the ministry with its own norms, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of National Affairs, and each has its own provision body. And on the ground, there is still fragmentation and superposition of healthcare service networks. So we are not achieving that complementarity of services. We are running into many difficulties here. There are two great services in Peru. On one hand, we have the Ministry of Health, and the other is Salud, which is also Social Security in Peru. And we have providers that still do not have good provision of services. So there's fragmentation of services, and we are still not guaranteeing continuity of attention to our patients. And among these subsectors, we also have our traditional medicine, which also tends to the general populace as an interesting and very important subsector, because traditional medicine has existed from ancient times, hundreds of years in our country, and it is the medicine which has provided support and vitality to our indigenous peoples native to Peru. Therefore, according to international conventions, international agreements, and the policy of our country itself, we must preserve our traditional medicine. We must reevaluate our traditional medicine and everything that it entails. So this is in order to locate ourselves within this fragmentation and segmentation of the healthcare system. This is where we find traditional medicine. Now, another important aspect in order to understand the problematics of articulation of traditional medicine as well as conventional medicine to the healthcare system itself is that we as a country have our native peoples, indigenous peoples. We are speaking of a list of indigenous peoples, according to the Ministry of Culture, of 55 indigenous peoples in our country, which is located mostly here in this right part of the map in the Amazon of Peru, the area bordering Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador. This is one of the great extensions of land where we have 51 indigenous peoples in this area of Peru. And here, 48 different languages are spoken, and therefore different cultures with their own traditional medicine, each of them. Therefore, it is so important to understand cultural issues and worldviews from these native peoples. There are 4 indigenous peoples located in the highlands of Peru, the Peruvian Andes. If you can see here, it's in light red or pink. These are the areas where we can find the Andean cultures in Peru, especially the Quechua people, which is the majority, located throughout the Andes mountain chains in Peru, and a more focalized area in Puno, Tacna, and the Andes areas of Moquegua. That's where we find our Aymara peoples, which are the second native peoples with the greatest population. First comes Quechua, then Aymara, third place, the population that we know in the Amazon as the Ashaninkas, and then we have the other peoples. We also have in the highlands area among these four indigenous peoples. We had said first Aymara, then Quechua, we have Hakarus in the highlands of Limas, and then we have the Uros with their own language as well. So this is a great variety in working with traditional medicine in a country that is multicultural. According to latest census in 2017, we are speaking of an indigenous population in Peru, which is comprised of almost 6 million inhabitants, which represents 24% of the population. And we also have Afro-Peruvian population with just over 800,000 inhabitants, mostly concentrated in the coastline of Peru. And here we also find Asian descendants and other populations which preserve their views, their way of thinking, acting, doing things, so they preserve their culture. This is the great richness of our Peru. So under this framework, we have developed some experiences on regulation and policies from the Ministry of Health and the National Institute of Health and Salud itself, Social Security, which have had significant repercussions, and they have translated into norms and policies in relation to traditional medicine and its incorporation or articulation with official health systems. And on this point, one of the so important achievements that I would like to mention is that in 1990, the National Traditional Medicine Institute is created under the Ministry of Health, the INMETRA, as a public entity decentralized from the Ministry of Health with specific roles, especially they had that difficult task of articulating traditional medicine to the official healthcare system, especially regarding first level attention. One of the efforts from IMETRA was promoting and developing research in the areas of anthropology, medicine, and knowledge of agents of traditional medicine. So many cultural syndromes have been identified and different cultures have been studied and their traditional medicine, what is their cultural baggage and resources that traditional medicine employs. So there is much information regarding this. And since 2003, IMETRA, or the National Institute of Traditional Medicine in Peru, has been adhered to the National Institute of Health. And since 2003, it now received the name of National Intercultural Health Center, with two main bureaus, the Traditional Medicine one and the Alternative and Complementary Medicine Bureau. So here we have a body independent from the Ministry of Health itself, which works on traditional medicine issues. The INMETRA was able to develop into 18 branches in the country. So in 18 regions, at the regional level, years of the National Traditional Medicine Institute was set up. And this is where how information was gathered on traditional medicine, which seems an important development in the development of traditional medicine. So we have an institute which is tasked as part of a national policy on working on traditional medicine. And later came some important legislations that we need to acknowledge. The decree in 1997, 26842, which is the general healthcare legislation that among its complementary dispositions, 17 specifically, it talks to us and tells us that traditional medicine is of preferred attention and interest of the Peruvian government. So there is a law backing us for all of the reevaluation that we must perform regarding our traditional medicine. Later, in the year 2000, we have Law 27300, the law of sustainable consumption for medicinal plants, and Emetra itself is tasked on making inventory of medicinal plants and working on the national herb pharmacopoeia that we are still working on regarding medicinal plant that is employed by our traditional medicine. Then in 2005, there is an important input regarding norms and policies, which is the approval of this technical norm on tending to vertical childbirth with adequate interculturality. This legislation has been disseminated throughout our country. However, this technical norm on vertical childbirth has responded to a demand from the 80s and the 90s when many non-governmental organizations set up in the coastline, especially in the Andes and also the rainforest, um, promoted vertical childbirth, and many experiences were disseminated in pilot programs as well in the country. So the Ministry of Health in 2005 just issued this norm for tending to vertical childbirth with intercultural adequation. And so from that year, this information has been disseminated on implementing vertical childbirth as one more option for preferential tenure or tending to people who wish to do so. Then in 2016, we have another significant development for traditional medicine articulation, and is the approval of sectorial policy on intercultural health. This is a document very important from the Ministry of Health, driven by the National Intercultural Medicine Center. There was a prior consultation made with Native peoples and their representatives. And so within this so important document approved in 2016, we have axis or pillar number 2, which clearly states that we need to work on promoting traditional and ancestral medicine and its articulation with conventional medicine. This is a mandate that we must incorporate and operate on nationwide, as we have not yet moved forward intensively. We are currently at the regional level moving very slowly in operating under this sectorial intercultural health policy. And then this year, 2021, we have as institute, as a Ministry of Health, under the Ministry of Health, we have introduced a legislation which promotes traditional and complementary medicine, which dictates measures to help reducing inequalities in healthcare. This is a document that in the following days should be issued or published as a draft in order to receive input from all interested parties, so they may provide input before it is handed down to Congress in order to manage its approval. This is especially regarding complementary medicine, which we do not have much policy on. So this is the journey, and these are the documents that, and well, I must highlight some very important documents on matters of integrating traditional medicine to the healthcare system and conventional healthcare system in our country. We have two important documents here that we have found since 1994. This document has been produced for articulation of academic medicine with traditional medicine as a healthcare strategy. This is a document from 1994 issued by Manuel Fernandez at the IMETRA, and this is one of the very first documents which provided a conceptual and theoretical framework on how articulation should happen. And in this document, articulation is still understood as a decoupling of patients from traditional medicine toward conventional medicine, and that we should even train traditional doctors in this transit of patients to the conventional system, something that currently, well, what we're proposing is not only sort of thing, but an exchange of knowledge on equal terms. Now, the other document that is very important to Peru is this one on the technical norm for vertical childbirth with intercultural articulation, which was approved in 2005 and re-approved in 2016 with it's a very important input as it sets technical criteria for standardized management, so protocols basically, and also on quality of attention of vertical childbirth under the framework of human rights and intercultural pertinence um, scope. This is the document that also includes two important aspects of complementary medicine practice intending to childbirth, which is um, music therapy and breast therapy or mesotherapy. Complementary medicine. So we have two inputs here, traditional medicine integrating to conventional medicine, some complementary medicine practices also being incorporated to our conventional healthcare systems. Massage therapy. Now, this is more on vertical childbirth, where it's being promoted in all health centers nationwide, and the protagonism of midwives in all stages of labor, providing them with the option of choosing position. So we now have adequate childbirth, vertical childbirth rooms from first level up to third level. We have, for instance, vertical childbirth happening in the Maternal Perinatal Institute. This is a graph from the Maternity Institute, which points out that vertical childbirth is a right of people, that they should be able to choose position in order to give birth in the position that they feel most comfortable with. So they might opt for a vertical or horizontal childbirth.
Información importante del impacto que ha tenido la incorporación en el sistema de
This is
salud.
important information on the impact of incorporating this to our healthcare system, not from 2005, but back from the 80s and the 90s, this practice of vertical childbirth. Now, this slide in green, we can see vertical position, how it's been incorporated since 2001, up until most childbirths at health centers are on par. This is the case of the San Jose de Ceje in Huanta, Ayacucho. Almost all are tended to via vertical childbirth, and maternal mortality and impact on it has been very significant as well, from 5 per year. By providing this option, this has also positively impacted in reducing maternal mortality in this San Jose location, for instance. So incorporating traditional medicine, in this case, vertical childbirth, has had a very significant impact, at least in making childbirth becoming institutional in vertical mode. This is family participation and how important it is here in this technical document, and not only family, but also other members that may participate in traditional labor already incorporated into a healthcare system. So important challenges in articulating traditional and conventional medicines. Dr. Salaveria was telling us healthcare staff which works in rural areas and domains with indigenous peoples has a great opportunity of developing research on these issues and showing that there are great possibilities. So one of the challenges is performing more research on the issue and showing that there are great possibilities for articulating these knowledges with the healthcare system. So we mean traditional knowledge with conventional academic medicine. And one of the first challenges to articulate traditional and conventional medicine is that we need greater knowledge and skills from our human resources, so health care staff, which requires more skills, more knowledge, especially on intercultural matters and knowledge, in this case, of our traditional medicine. We also need to standardize also as another great challenge, successful experiences developed by many non-government bodies. And here, in this picture, we see an effort developed by Medicos Mundi with their effort at Churcampa in articulating an interesting proposal for how to articulate traditional medicine with conventional medicine. This sort of effort in some cases is standardized already, but in many others it is not yet. So we must gather much of that information that must be also disseminated. And as a second point is that we must continue fostering this exchange of knowledge among traditional medicine agents and our own human healthcare resources in order to know much better traditional medicine, its resources, its therapeutic repertoire, and all that way we may continue building a relationship on through for both system always based on respect for the other. Now, regarding experiences of regulation on complementary medicine with our official healthcare system, I believe it is very important here the effort of Salud or Social Security in Peru. The input from Social Security, specifically in the development of complementary medicine, now integrative medicine, has been very so much important. And then by 1998, the National Program of Complementary Medicine in Salud was created, and in 3 assistance networks, it was deployed in Lima, Arequipa, and La Libertad. And during the implementation of this national program for complementary medicine, healthcare systems have been incorporated to them, and a series of institutional arrangements and sustainability actions have been performed. Just now, the Ministry of Health looks to this experience with a very good eye, and the corresponding technical meetings are happening so that this great experience can be replicated in the subsector of the Ministry of Health and regional governments throughout our country. So there's a series of institutional arrangements. There's been an approval of this whole protocol for attending to this complementary medicine national program. There have been programs for specialized training and diplomas, as with the OPS and the San Marcos University, which provided support to the program. And then in 2008, the Life Reform Program started, which has been a strategy for promotion of health from the perspective of complementary medicine as to intervene on issues of non-transmissible diseases, mainly with dissemination of healthy lifestyles under this institution where Salud works on these dependencies, where there are people who are insured mostly to this Salud subsystem. So development in its first level attention was very important. Salud has pretty much integrated it. Complementary medicine attention units, UMEC, and then the second level complementary medicine attention centers, CAMEC, by a full staffed by a full team of professionals, and then palliative care units with traditional medicine for attending to terminal patients. So this is a whole experience is huge, and the effort performed as well. We must always highlight the great effort from Dr. Martha and this important effort of complementary and integrative medicine in Salud. Important information on the impact that it's had and user satisfaction from these complementary medicine services at Salud. And here are the practices that have been disseminated or deployed. We have sufficient information throughout the years. There's a series of accolades, acknowledgements. Therefore, it's a success experience that from the Ministry of Health, there's a whole discussion on translating this information and experience in order to perform an intensive effort in the subsector of the Ministry of Health. In the subsector of the Ministry of Health, on normative aspects, there have also been significant advancements. The Ministry of Health part is the largest one regarding provision, which the country has, and for many years now, many important documents have come about. The first one is the Supreme Act or Decree from 2006, where the rules for health centers and supporting medical services centers are introduced as alternative medicine centers. So in the documentation, there's already an incorporation of medical support services as centers for alternative medicine. Dr. Segovia, I apologize for the interruption. I must let you know that we have 2 minutes to finish your presentation, please. Thank you, Doctor. Yes, I'm just wrapping up. This is a version of our Ministry of Health in 2008, where the Peruvian Acupuncture and Moxibustion Association is being acknowledged. Then in 2011, COMAC, the Sectorial Commission of Alternative Complementary Medicine, which had been at a standstill for several years, but there's an important commission fostering this effort. And then in 2017, we have the Catalog of Medical and Sanitation Procedures from the health sector. This document is important for standardizing complementary medicine that we are now disseminating nationwide, and a series of practices are being gathered, which are already happening at hospitals, health centers, health posts nationwide. Finally, our perspective is that during this month, we are pre-publishing this project, this legislation project, which might be of interest to many of you, and also pilot programs for articulating with medical medicine being fostered in Andean, Amazonic, and Afro-Peruvian areas in Peru, and health programs for incorporating complementary medicine, for incorporating this medicine in first, second, and third level attention, also being carried out in pilot programs throughout our country. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Dr. Segovia. It's very important, you having shared this experience from our country, Peru, and now we are going to receive experiences from Chile. We would like to know regulation and policy experiences of TCIM in Chile. For this purpose, we are inviting Dr. Yenive Cavieres Sepulveda, who's already with us. Can you help me to share Dr. Yenive's resume? Thank you so much. She's an attorney by profession with later studies on mediation, public policies, and international rights of human rights. Technical counselor for the Ministry of Health since 2008 in the areas of health and indigenous peoples and on complementary medicine to this day. We welcome Dr. Yenive. Go ahead, please.
Okay, doctor. I'll put up the presentation first. Are you going to share it, or should I just share my screen? Yes, share your screen, please.
No sé qué pasa.
While you're sharing, let me ask Dr. Rafael Dar and Dr. Alberto Segovia from Brazil and Peru, respectively, if you can just please help us remaining in this room for this panel, because we might get some questions and we want to finish our panel with this. Thank you very much. Well, thank you from Chile. It's already getting to be nighttime. It's been a lengthy day, and I really thought it was something like the bees, the pollinized task, and that allows to have this diversity of actions to flower, and then we can bear the fruit. So thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and to the task that we're trying to comply. I'm going to be talking about the scope of policies, regulation, and the situation from the Ministry of Health of Chile. And specifically, I'm in the Department of Policies, Pharmaceutical Policies for the Complementary Medicine Department of the Subsecretary of Public Health from the Ministry of Health. I would love to talk about the context where we have this complementary medicine scope and this lengthy in this diverse scope that we can see with a population that includes around 13% of people that are from 10 different originary population centers, international migrants, and more people that are part of the Afro-descendant tribal community. So this gives us a context of multiculturality, plurinationality that's associated to the globalization processes, make these processes possible that have been developed for some decades already, and that nowadays are in the status that this summon is showing us to be. And also, we would like to tell you that in Chile, we have a unitarian state and we have a decentralized territory. Its territory is divided in 16 regions, 56 provinces, and 346 communes or seats that our organism develops important actions in the primary healthcare service. And that's where we are going to be able to see if we can develop the growth of our complementary service attention. So from the beginning of, or at the end of the 90s, we started this, and towards to the 2000s, we started with the first actions to provide and to give notice of this complementary medicine action within the Ministry of Health. And this is aligned to different processes that are being developed in the World Health Organization. And fundamentally, all of these requests have been lined up with strategic objective for the governments of these strategies. And the fundamental is to develop a knowledge base of national policies to strengthen the security, safety, and efficiency in these cases, and increase the universal medical coverage through complementary actions and the self-help of the national system. We'll see how we've been developing this in this type of look towards the strategies of the OMS or the World Health Organization. So the institutional structure where we have this recognition, institutional as well, of complementary medicine is within what you're going to see right now. The Ministry of Health has two subsecretaries, the Subsecretary of Public Health and Assistant Network, and the Superintendency of Public Health, and people that are in charge of developing the processes of policies and of coordination of complementary medicine are located in the Department of Policies or Pharmaceutical Policy, as the one that I am a part of. Also in primary care attention, we have a Department of Complementary Medicine in the Department of Management of Health, which is for us, we are referent on this type of policies. And we have the goal of coordinating and maintaining an audit with the 16 secretaries of the Ministry of Health that are a part of the 16 regions of our country. And on her side, the one in charge of primary care can develop a supervision of functioning of the existing networks in the 29 services of health. And in the health services in each one of the regions, we can see a coordination that is carried out by the people in charge of traditional medicine in the regions, which are the regional tables of traditional medicine. And that's where we have an explosion, and that basically summons to this reference, and reference that are also part of the health care, academia, healthcare, civil society, complementary users, complementary healthcare users, 16 regional tables of complementary medicine And given the pandemic situation that we're living out nowadays, it decreased a lot, but those are the ones that were encouraging these processes from the municipality to the establishment itself. And understanding how do we develop these institutionalization processes, which are from the Ministry of Health to the society, and within the society, the Ministry of Health starts noticing and giving us lies about the existence of this complementary medicine beyond the policies themselves. So we start developing this series of processes to gather information, and among them we have two national sources of health information where we can complement certain services. 85.8% of infected declare that they had a contact with traditional medicine, and afterwards in 2017, 2016, 2017, this number increased to 93.1%. This shows us the perception of the citizens regarding the complementary medicine. You probably have there some of the activities that are conducted in health centers. This is a third level hospital, for example, in Chiloé and southern part of Chile. We have another place here, a center of primary health care staff that's located in a Concepcion area. And this is also a clinical part of the University of Chile, which are developing activities of humanization. We've achieved maybe in some requirements to be able to conduct certain public policies with enough information, and we were able to build a certain amount of registry, and especially included the registry is special for this complementary medicine in the sense that we established it in 2018. This gives us the lives on the attentions provided by the assistance network with complementary practices. The first revolution that we had in 2019 is that we had 165,487 allocations of these therapies in 27 services of health. In 2018, we modified this registry for alongside the individual practices. These practices should be in a groupal responsiveness. We can't have the same timeline, but we will have important and interesting information that will allow us to think about what should be the development of the complementary medicine in our lives. 2020, and despite the pandemic, we have a bit more over half of what we did in 2019. We also have registries of individual markers of health, and that's what we include naturalists, because these are professions that are auxiliary from health and that they are acknowledged legally. So we will see how, and since October of 2020, we were getting together with a total amount of 157 professionals of complementary medicine registered in the Superintendency of Health, when farmers have a pressure which is incredibly high. Like around 70% of all of the people were not rest. We can also work through this database of the authorized pharmacies and of products that are registered the way they should be. We are going to say that 75 pharmacies, homeopathic pharmacies exist on the total of 340 homeopathic pharmacies that nowadays sell phytopharmacs and this type of medicine. And we have registered 471 homeopathic type of medication and 259 phytopharmacies. This is the information that we have in the Ministry of Health. We have available in the webpage. That is at your disposal, of course, at least 7 studies that were in search of the situation of complementary medicine throughout time, and that will allow us to make a decision in policies. Deepen a little bit more in the statistic registries that we obtain at the end of the year. The dimension of the complementary medicine station were conducted first to point out what were the therapies that we were going to deliver. Also, and the exception that mentions or calls out to the people that are going to deliver this type of services, the number of people, and if they are patients, if they are officials of the services of health, yeah, they're family members from the patients, and we've disaggregated also if they are minors internally in some system, or indigenous migrants. We have disaggregated the whole scheme. And also in the C section, it talks about what type of professional and the framework of attention that should last. And King also tell us what is the health situation that we're facing in this pandemic. We modified in 2019, incorporating fundamentally the types of therapies and practices that we are linked to responding attention in complementarity. In 2020, that was also modified to simplify a bit this type of, or this amount of sections that we had in 2019. And that's why this registry, this type of monthly report was telling us. The first year for us was really impressive. We were impressed about what we were looking at. We also responded to 27 health services, 165,483 people. And the establishments or locations that were used to respond to these services, mainly 235. In the secondary level, again, 9 establishments. In the third level, 44 establishments. In different activities of the region itself as well. Fundamentally, you'll see here in this slide, in this slide right here, the metropolitan region that also concentrates a percentage of the population that has 42% of the retention of complementary medicine and within the big cities. In 2019, we will identify some of the activities that are the most important ones of the therapies that were provided as a well-being type of therapy. We'll notice that these medicinal greenhouses have taken a leap. They weren't in existence in 2019, and we see here that is the most important allocation of that's developed, especially in primary attention. Then we'll see that we have Qigong, Tai Chi, Yoga, all the activities, biodance, and a series of art therapy. Among all of the activities that are being developed in the establishments or in the facilities. Then in 2019 as well, we can see that therapies that weren't regulated are those that have the biggest amount of representation. In Chile, we'll see areas that have this capacity, and the rural area is the one that has more. Then masotherapy, 11%, and acupuncture is one of those that have the greatest amount. In 2020, and despite the pandemic situation, we found ourselves in the case that we had a huge amount of situations where you can see there that 86% of provisions have to do with primary care, and 11% of them were not paid. Again, this is only to show you a deficit in regulation. Then the regulation starts in the Ministry of Health. In the pharmaceutical area, in 2012, it incorporates the regulation of pharmaceutical products in these two categories. And from there is that we have the institutional structure of the Ministry of Health, complementary medicine that have been incorporated, because this is the first area that developed institutionally the traditional medication and the phytopharmaceuticals. The different medications are of free usage, and they only require a procedure that's authorized for its manufacturing and for its delivery. It has a technical regulation. In 2005, we launched in the Ministry of Health Decree number 42, which acknowledges complementary medicine and recognizes it, and this is regulation for the alternative practices and for the different types of segment medicine. And so this is going to make us reach auxiliary positions of health, the exercise of complementary health, and it's interesting to highlight that the background that this decree generates is going to give us light that there was a development, that this is in existence in society. It points out to the existence of a offer that's public, a huge range of services of health recovery and cooperation from people that knowledges in this matter, it's not backed up by regulated or standardized types of schemes of education, but actually this comes from people that have and suffer this, for example, physical problems or affections. So we're talking about the civil society in Decree 42, which is the one that acknowledges this. It also has to do with the change that we can see in the scope, in this offer of services, which is different. The development of these techniques on the disease and the ways of curing it, them, and that's conducted by the professionals of health and establishment of education, which are acknowledged by the government. Most that imply different solutions to keep physical health, called generically as alternative medical practices. These are the considerations that we have in the space to manufacture, to make this decree, which is the one that allows us within this decree, we see how we are going to acknowledge the different type of complementary alternative types of medicine in the characteristics that this recognition has, from which and from this mother regulation, we acknowledge acupuncture in the decree 1923, 2000. 2011, homeopathy in 2012 recognized natural therapy as a form of medication. And we need to say that the sanitary code has to do when it's referring to the exercise of non-regulated practices of complementary medicine. And this probably, I don't know the history of this regulation, but probably, yeah, we have backgrounds of the amount of complementary medicine and practices of complementary medicine that are established without regulation. So it establishes that can be regulated by the sanitary authority and it will carry out its prohibitions according to the sanitary code, and that has to do with um, tricky advertisement and so on. I'm sorry about the interruption, Dr. Cavides. We just want to tell you that you have 2 minutes to finish your presentation. Thank you very much. But I'm at half my presentation. Yeah, I'm sorry that we are delayed in this panel, but take 3 or 4 more minutes so we can carry on and finish. Please, Dr. Hurry on. We would like to tell you also that Decree 42 establishes specifically that popular and traditional Chilean medicine, which is the one that has to do with indigenous population, is not regulated, okay? And this is really important because this has to do with two different scopes. One, institutional type of work with rights of indigenous population, and the other one is working with complementary medicine and their own scope of recognition. Been 2 years more or less where we thought about the need of making a whole policy of complementary medicine to respond to the new paradigm and to the new needs and demands of people and communities under quality and security standards and effectiveness and strengthening governance for the development of complementary medicine within society and the need of having institutional courses of action to be objective and to establish guidelines in the framework of this medical pluralism that would contribute to encourage dialogue between the different medical proposals in society and that will provide a response to communities and people to reach its peak. In that framework, we developed then alongside a document which establishes a whole first part and that talks about the problems, and in the second part, the base for this medicine, which are part of the health focus, the strategic principle. We need to talk about the strategic focus, and our fourth part has to do with guidance for an action plan. The key purpose for this policy is to contribute to the health and well-being of population through the incorporation of a health system of complementary medicine and their own practice of well-being and effectiveness, respecting its productivity. And I believe that on that, it's important to address and to say that it's necessary a public policy that responds to the situation of domination of the bioparadigm. The huge challenges of this policy are given by the challenges themselves, and we can see them in the guidelines of this policy that talk about integration in the inside of establishment network or the facility network of health, to the promotion of social participation in health, to promote the professional development of people that have this practice, to develop and implement strategies with complementarity in the situation of the practices that we're talking about for the system, to strengthen informational systems in health and complementary medicine and develop intersector or cross-sector strategies for their own well-being. What do we define? We define two, and we conceptualize two of these policies in two big scopes of concepts: complementary medicine and their practices in benefit of health. Defining one as the grouping of medical systems and components of the different conventional systems that can be carried out with the purpose of providing and increase the health of the citizens. And the well-being practices for health as disciplines and methods that are non-invasive of the wide range of complementary medicine that would enable the well-being in people, contributing to the development of equality for the treatment of that disease. This conceptualization is of a really operative character to be able to link it to different ways of regulating and complementary medicines that are not invasive or that are invasive, and those that are not, we can probably find another way which is easier to conduct operationally speaking, and that will allow us to provide this knowledge. That's everything that I have to say, and I can share on the Chilean experience in these matters of policy and regulation on complementary medicine. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Genevieve. Really important to the reflection that you have gotten us from the Chilean experiences. Now we'll receive our fourth panelist from Colombia, from our beloved Colombia. We would like to receive Dr. Yvonne Astrid Diaz. You can please help me out with her CV, her summary, her resume. Dr. Astrid Diaz is a surgeon specialized in alternative medicine, neurotherapist of the National University of Colombia, UNAM, is a teacher of alternative medicine by this university, and a participant of the working table of alternative medicine in the Ministry of Health of Colombia, social researcher and lecturer, member of the board of directors of ACOLPEN, the Colombian Association of Neurotherapy, Medicine, and Therapy. With a lot of pleasure, we receive you. Go ahead.
Gracias, doctora Eliana. Voy entonces a compartir mi pantalla. Bueno, esta charla ya a esta hora es como pesadita, ya todos cansados. Entonces yo procuraré hacer un contexto.
At this time, it might be somewhat tiresome hearing my presentation, so I will be skipping resolutions and decrees and the more. So I'm tasked with speaking on Colombia. Now, my presentation, well, I've seen today's presentations, which is presented from government entities. Mine is from the stakeholders' experiences, which practice TCIM in Colombia. Now, in Colombia, the definition of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, we apply it separately as in some other countries that I've heard today. Traditional medicine refers to native people's medicine in four main ethnicities, and complementary, alternative, and therapeutic alternative medicine refers to medical practices, although they might be traditional in other countries, that arrive to Colombia from outside the biomedical paradigm. This pluralist context does not really have very delimited definitions. The country has socio-political characteristics which are complex, which makes it so traditional, and complementary medicine has certain nuances from each as a sort of having an influence over the other. Now, to elaborate on the four ethnicities, we have indigenous peoples who in Colombia, in the latest And then our statistics department in the latest census described that there are 115 ethnic peoples, and by 2005 it was 102, since in some borders, and there are several acknowledgements that had not been done before. We have the Roma people, or the Gypsies. We have Afro-Colombian communities where we have Afro descendants.
Y palenqueros, y están los raizales de nuestras islas.
Palenqueros, and we have the Raizales from the islands San Andres and Providencia. Each of these has totally different traditional medicine. In fact, just to speak of the indigenous peoples in Colombia with 115 indigenous groups, out of which only 87 are acknowledged by government through the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Each has its own type of traditional medicine. Some of these peoples have certain features in their traditional medicine, but they cannot, their worldview cannot be generalized because each is distinct. There are some shaman networks who have allowed, in spite of having socio-political conflict in country, traditional medicine to prevail. By the census in 2005, the indigenous peoples in our country was 4.4%. However, a minority, unfortunately, indigenous peoples are one of the most vulnerable population due to forced displacements and due to or by death of their social leaders, which of course makes it so that public health policies under this sort of medicine to, to prevail, for it to prevail. On the other hand, complementary and alternative therapies in medicine in our country are more or less split up into medical systems that we consider complex, such as Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, homeopathy, naturopathic, etc., and alternative therapeutics come from different health professionals, such as manual therapy, vibrational Reiki, as you might know. In Colombia, the most important landmark to make traditional medicine visible was the political constitution of 1991, since finally it acknowledges the country as pluri-ethnical and multicultural, which allows for there to be government acknowledgement of differences, which have always existed since colonial times. But this is not only acknowledgement, but also provides channels for preservation. Legislation in Colombia on traditional medicine has not happened only by the Ministry of Health. It is also done by the Ministry of Interior Affairs, Internal Affairs. Indigenous peoples have norms that are different to our own as alternative doctors or alternative therapeutics, therapists in the country. The most important thing happening on alternative medicine affairs has happened in the last 20 years, since these indigenous groups are well organized and they have achieved that within the health statutes to provide guarantee for their worldview and their practices, which is materialized under the social security healthcare system by having its CISP system, which implies intercultural and their own health indigenous system, EPSI and IPSI, which are provision entities for healthcare. However, as happens in most countries with government changes, some legislation are softened, others are lost. And in the academic context and research context for alternative medicine, what we most have is research on social sciences, on the lives of our peoples, as to preserve their languages and customs. One of the most important landmarks from the Ministry of Health was publishing guidelines for incorporating intercultural scope in training human talent in healthcare. So that in areas with conventional healthcare professionals, there should be the possibility for respecting the ways in that they see their own medical systems. In 2018, the Colombian Intercultural Indigenous Autonomous University acquires judicial authority with research in the humanities, which was something wonderful. And there are several other entities which do not have acknowledgement or legal acknowledgement as higher education institutions. They do foster methodologies for research in indigenous communities on issues such as ethnomedicine and ethnopharmacology. And the important thing about this is, since it happens from the indigenous groups themselves, there is a certain independence that remains, which does not happen when conventional universities move out there to perform research. So there are often, there's no repercussion from the benefits of research on the community that is being investigated or researched. Now, this is why this is so important in Colombia. Colombia is ruled by a general social security healthcare system. One of its principles is interculturality in health, and this is what has allowed for traditional medicine and additional Roma and Afro-descendant medicine for it to be able to harmonize progressively with the conventional healthcare system. However, in spite of healthcare coverage in the country is very high, more than 95%, there are many obstacles to access which relate to administrative barriers from the system itself. This, on one hand, makes it so that communities mostly use their traditional medicine, and for non-indigenous persons to employ also mostly alternative and therapeutic alternative and complementary medicine. In order to set context in the country, coming out of traditional medicine and moving on to alternative complementary medicine, the first thing we have that is different to conventional medicine is homeopathy, which arrived to the country a century ago in 1835, more or less. It was taught from teacher to teacher, and there was a cycle of empirical or empiricist homeopaths for almost a century until there were some extensive programs for homeopathy developed and teachers saw basic education courses or matters under medicine. Up until 1980, when the Colombian Institute of Higher Education Promotion, as we know as IFEX here, it started regulating teaching for all careers or professions in the country, which includes medicine and, of course, homeopathy. So based on that, there's a demand in the country for homeopaths to become doctors, medical doctors, in spite of it being one of the most ancient traditional medicine. All of these homeopaths, which educated themselves before these regulations came, well, these institutes and those locations which taught homeopathy ended up closing down, and I will later tell you about an institute which turned into a university. Later on, in the 70s, other sorts of alternative therapies arrived, such as acupuncture, Chinese medicine, neural therapy, polar resonance, etc. By the 80s, this sort of therapy is promoted throughout the country, disseminated, and there's teaching from the people who arrived to the country practicing it. And then in the 90s, it starts getting into academia, formal and informal education, and that's when norms start being issued. The first of the norms in the country is that there is social recognition. They've always had it before having government acknowledgement. The first landmark for normative acknowledgement was in 1992 when the Ministry of Health adopted some technical norms. Later, the SENA, which is the Institute of Technical Teaching, most important in the country, characterizes the whole of the country of people who practice alternative and complementary medicine, and it describes that there are technical professions and assistants performing complementary and alternative medicine, all with informal training or in other countries abroad. Now, regarding legislation, apart from these technical administrative adoptions, later there are resolutions issued where the Ministry of Health issues for practicing conventional medicine, but by including first definitions of alternative medicine and the types of alternative medicines that there are. There's a classification between medicine and therapy, uh, therapeutic aids and medical systems, etc. And also under other kinds of legislations where there's a demand in the country that in order to practice medicine, be it private or publicly, one must be enrolled in the territorial centers in the location where one lives. Also, under those resolutions, there were provisions included on what professionals need to comply with who want to practice alternative and complementary medicine. Also, there were some conflict. There was some conflict regarding training of human talent in alternative and complementary medicine as well in most countries that I've heard today. And this has started being regulated starting from 2007, where there was a legislation on human health, where there is a description on whom can practice alternative medicine. And basically, health professionals may practice alternative medicine among their skills as professionals, independently of which profession that may be. Also, the SENA has been holding, along with the Ministry of Health, some work groups for technical training of assistants which employ alternative therapies. This is a process which is still underway. In the country, comparing to others that I've heard about, we do not have quantitative data regarding the use of traditional or alternative medicine. The only thing that we have is documented is the National Health Survey from 2007, where there's a notable amount of private entities which provide alternative medicine services, but almost 40% of people, is more or less the international percentage, attends to alternative medicine consultation as part of their health care needs. But in spite of there not being to this point any public policies defined on alternative medicine, there have been very interesting experiences in a decentralized manner in the regions, in places such as Popayan, Cali, Medellin, and Bogota have had experiences of integration of alternative medicine and alternative therapies within public and private hospitals who are attending to all kind of pathologies. In Bogota, especially with pain clinics and in the other locations, this going in hand with institutions, social institutions, plural social institutions, where alternative doctors are part of these institutions, and that's where they combine conventional medicine with alternative medicine, and in some parts with traditional indigenous medicine. Starting from the 90s, private IPS started to increase offer for alternative medicine, and in the country there are some prepaid medicine companies where almost all of them include alternative medicine. In Bogota, there have been some pilot programs which are attempting to harmonize alternative medicine among the public offering. And in 2005, for instance, there was a series of projects which promoted the use of plants and derived products from plants, their cultivation and therapeutic use. In 2008, also, there's a proposal so that among primary healthcare services to consider alternative medicine. By 2014, which was a year where there was the most public hospitals with alternative medicine services, there were 14 of them with alternative medicine services, and even we had alternative medicine in hospitalization within the management of pain clinics, where some conventional medicine services such as orthopedics, internal medicine, and oncology were interconsulting with alternative medicine, or some cases traditional medicine, and they were working together or jointly, which was very promising. However, as in other countries with local change of mandates, these pilot programs have been lost. And by the year 2012, there was the start of description of procedures for each of alternative medicine procedures, which include classification of health procedures along with any other procedure under conventional medicine. One of the things that has already allowed to talk about public policy, or the first steps in that sense, is creation of the alternative complementary medicine and alternative therapeutics committee. This was done along with the Ministry of Health, and these work groups allowed to create lines of work for knowledge understanding among government centers on what had been done in Colombia on alternative medicine, and also allowed to, for instance, in CPS, in healthcare provision entities, to include formally the use of these therapies. In 2016, under the framework of technical cooperation with PAHO and WHO, the Ministry of Health presented the perspective on alternative and complementary medicine in the country. This is outside of original people's medicine. And it proposes challenges that must be overcome in order to build these policies for traditional medicine and complementary medicine, being the most important one, harmonization of medicine as a single thing. And this happens after these work groups, which perform different sorts of advancements as to guarantee knowledge first, because, well, it is important to reach points of encounter or common points, and they start creating spaces for participation based on developing these alternative medicines through work groups that I described, interdisciplinary work groups and committees to support the National Human Talent in Healthcare Commission, which were created in 2014. The work group, which is the entity which rules over alternative medicine, they proposed all of these provisions from the ministry that must be present at the time of this harmonizing among government social security. And the committee was developed via 4 actions: guidelines as to harmonize this sort of practice under the general healthcare social security system, counseling to the Ministry of Health and Social Protection, advice on policies and plannings, and spaces for consultation. This is the latest interdisciplinary work group, and if you see, there are 8 or 9 universities where there is training in alternative complementary medicine. The National Guild of Nurses and Physiotherapy Guilds. Dr. Yvonne, I apologize for interrupting, but 2 more minutes to finish your presentation. Thank you. So the committee came about with under this sort of alternative medicine, and these were the roles that were proposed to the future. And due to the pandemic, some things it changed everything. So only some of these things were done. The main landmark in order to get to these advancements is that in 2018, the public ministry published technical guidelines for aligning traditional medicine under the framework of social security. These traditional medicines have 6 routes of work or roadways, and each were set a goal for 5 or 3 years. However, due to the COVID pandemic, this has been paused because the ministry has provided a priority to managing the pandemic. And then in 2019, as a product of these committees of alternative and complementary medicine, there was the issuing of a profile of professional skills for the specialist doctor in alternative complementary medicine. It entails 6 documents for profile for an Ayurvedic doctor, for instance, or the homeopath doctor. This is so that there are tools available as to improve this sort of alternative medicine. They are also building resumes, but with the pandemic, this also was halted. A regulation on therapeutic products and homeopathy, that will be for another talk, as well as the academic context, which has been so important in the country. It has been pioneer in Latin America, the National University, which has a master's program with 4 lines for research, and 2 more universities, or 3, sorry, with specialties in alternative medicine, one on homeopathy, and other universities which train non-formally as diplomas or attached programs. All of these things that I've told you about have allowed so that service providers have grown exponentially. In 2010, there were 33 to 2018, which is when these figures were taken, went from 36 to more than 3,000. That was achieved on one hand, and also legalization of provision, and on the other hand, improving the amount of people who have the possibility of benefiting from this sort of therapy. And also that since alternative medicine is linked to university, there has been a boosting of the quality of research being issued, and so that the country tends to appear on international magazines or gazettes. And also awareness, which is on the Institute of Research in the country, which has groups for alternative therapies. And to wrap up, conclusions, these small advancements that we've had in Colombia is that traditional communities, native peoples, in spite of them resisting and transforming due to their difficult situation, socio-political in the country, they continue with their traditional medicine as part of their cultural identity. And we, at least as alternative doctors and professionals in alternative therapies, we always try to tend a bridge so that there is communication and transfer of knowledge. Second is that traditional complementary integrative medicine is very complex, and it represents an option for seeking health and social welfare. And comparing to other countries, there have been many difficulties in order to have this uptaken by academia, but there have been huge strides and advancements. People have come from other countries in order to see experiences we've had here and the way in which we hope to jointly continue creating things so that there are really public policies which respond to needs that the country has. And for alternative medicine to be included for a greater number of people. So the invitation for our colleagues and friends in therapy assistants who are watching this talk in their own countries for them to adhere to these groups that are already constituted, for there to be more participation, because the only way to build public policy is collectively. And well, this is what I wanted to tell you about. Thank you so much for the space. I love there being this summit. I think there would have been no other way to do this if it had not been remotely with so many countries. Thank you so much for the invitation. I am now going to stop sharing my screen. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Yvonne. It's been a great pleasure listening to our four panelists and profiles regarding public policies and regulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine from South America. Thank you to Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Peru. There are many questions, many doubts. However, I am going to build one for all four panelists and one specific to Peru. I will ask timeliness. There are questions that are somewhat challenging, but due to the time, we want to wrap up so that we have our organizational committee resting in order to prepare our second day, which is tomorrow. So I will now give way to the first question for Dr. Segovia in Peru. We are being asked, Doctor, this one is for you. Sorry, I lost the question. I'm seeing it here. It says traditional medicine is complementary, assistant attention. What is being said on vertical childbirth? Is it being applied in public hospitals or private clinics? Go ahead, Dr. Segovia. Well, just to clarify on that question, that when we mean traditional medicine, we are splitting it from complementary medicine. And so traditional medicine is all of that knowledge, skills, and practices which are based on those theories, beliefs, proper from our communities. They are medicines which are ancestral that have been practiced in our indigenous communities. And comparing to our complementary medicine, which is basically traditional medicine from other countries, which have been introduced. And there is a practice in order to tend to healthcare needs in our country without it being properly Peruvian medicine. We're also being asked on vertical childbirth. Well, vertical childbirth in Peru, there is a norm. Easily, a person under this norm may demand for the right to be tended to vertically or upright. So health services such as health centers and hospitals should adequate this sort of childbirth room for tending to the sort of people who are demanding for it, because it is their right. In fact, in the country there exists, and I mentioned Institute from the Perinatal Maternity Institute, there are hospitals which have these two offerings, for calling them so, where an individual can choose the way of being tended to horizontally or vertically. The norm states it, and many locations are adequating to this norm, and they are tended to in this manner. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Segovia. I will now hand the floor to Dr. Rafael del Alba for this common question to all of you, which is regarding, well, it says, what do the panelists think on related groups to complementary medicine and integrative medicine, which oppose to sanitary medicine determined during the pandemic? How to face this, respecting interculturality issues, evaluating scientific evidence and public health. This is for all our panelists.
Uma estrutura da evidência científica ou da própria estrutura da interculturalidade, nós temos que ver que nós estamos enfrentando uma...
We are facing a situation that's really difficult, and we have establish social determinants in the most vulnerable point. And that's why before thinking on a reflection about the structure itself and the evidences that are obvious, I was asking to the professionals, what are the paradigms that you are using? Because we are thinking about collectivity, we're talking about groupality, we're talking about valorization of life. So what are the mechanisms of political, scientific, or ideological are you using? We are thinking on value in life. And that's why the alternative that we have would be the beginning of a pandemic, and that would be the sanitary measures. And go against that is to go against life. Thank you, doctor. Now I open the mic to Chile, Dr. Genevieve. We haven't been completely open, especially when thinking about going against the procedures of vaccination by the groups of complementary medicine, of the practices themselves. So actually, they ask for deployment permits during the quarantine, and that was authorized within the collective deployment for all the professionals of health, responding to, or for them being professionals of health as well. They are naturopathists, but there's a different mean and a different sense of identification. There's been a lot of collaboration, and that's something that we've been able to identify thanks to the direct information from our referrals. And that's why we were showing you the status of the complementary medicine, is that there's been a huge exercise of complementary medical practices to help or to aid health professionals. Complementary medicine nowadays is focused to the interior of the establishment and the facilities to take care of professionals of health. So we have experiences maybe different, but regarding these processes. Yvonne Diaz, now we can hear you from Colombia. What are your opinions? Well, I think you've all seen international news. And given that the country is submerged in the social crisis for so long, the pandemic put this into evidence even more. So when asked about the sanitary measures, well, sanitary measures, there are a lot. So one thing are quarantines, then another thing is massive vaccination. So we have different sanitary measures that we can talk about in the country itself. We have things that beyond medical professionals, we have social groups as a mass that have been protesting against some of these measures due to the social crisis that we live. It's not that people wants to get sick per se, but we have previous crises to this pandemic, and in these countries of underdeveloped countries, there was an evidence, and there were really harsh realities that maybe modernity and people that are lucky enough to live in the city, we were seeing and looking at. So sort of generalize that is a little bit harsh. In the country, the medicine groups or complementary groups of alternative medicine during the pandemic made their own meetings and generated documents to for people and for colleagues with recommendations from the biocentric paradigm, taking into account individuality of people, taking into account different items that maybe the biomedicine doesn't have into account, like a good night's sleep or the need of continue with our socialization despite pandemics, the basic need of having an income. One of the basic things that we can find through alternative medicine is that it has a really social component that's important, and that makes it, that's not part of all of them, but yeah, the majority of the regions, especially this, so a lot of the collectives of colleagues are a part of these social groups that have assumed the pandemic a different way, maybe because probably the government, there's places where they don't get, there's state measures that don't can't get there. We cannot protest with something that cannot reach there. And the indigenous population, on the hand, develop in the pandemic different types of measures of their own knowledge, from their own traditional knowledge, from their indigenous plants. And we need to understand that at first nobody knew anything, nobody. And it was harsh for us, and as time went by, each one of these collectives has improved the way that they manage themselves within their members. COVID. So in our country, it's not like we have collectives of traditional medicine that are against per se of sanitary measures due to COVID specifically, but rather these are deeper things that go more or beyond pandemic and that existed before the pandemic. So in our country, it's really complicated to explain. It's been really reduced because each region is different. But what we've been able, just as our Chilean colleague doctor mentioned, is that we had some solidarity phenomenon that we didn't see before, because out of crisis, the great things emerge. Like, for example, one of the things is that ourselves, the alternative doctors, are looking at patients, the way COVID sequel, and a series of things that in any other situation would have been more difficult. There would have been more resilience for that to happen in different types of scenarios or settings. So here, I think that there's a different type of element that wouldn't doesn't allow me to respond to that question perfectly, generalizing it, especially. Yes, but we understand, Dr. Owen, and that's why I leave you at the end, Dr. Alberto, as a home participant to close this polemic, this debate, this probably reflection that we need to take. There's no doubt the pandemic has generated a lot of challenges, and let me take advantage. Let me thank you all. We are getting more questions, but due to timing, sadly, we are going to have to live and be today. But our team, our supporting team, is probably taking notes to just note them down and get them to today's panelists, and maybe at some point we can get you this comments or their comments about the questions you've asked. Please go ahead, Alberto. Thank you, Doctor. At this point, and something really concrete about this is that it has not been widely spread out, this position of integrative type of doctors or sanitary measures in the pandemic. Maybe what we've seen in Peru is still some sort of rejection from conventional doctors of our system of health, I guess, traditional practices of our sisters and brothers for native communities that have reacted at this time with all of the therapeutical type of experience. We have the Matico Command and a series of initiatives and uh, methods of managing this pandemic where native communities have are now present what they have, which are the traditional knowledge. That's why the second part of the question is really important, interculturality. How can we start by respecting the other? And how can we start to having this dialogue and having an exchange? If there's no respect from conventional medicine itself or scientific in between codes towards our traditional doctors, well, that's where all of these crises of encounters and disencounters happen about in these two systems of health that are the same, we can say, right? But the minimum thing that we need is a right that we should all have for traditional practices. Please, doctor. Thank you very much, Dr. Alberto. And again, let me say that we still have more questions, and despite the time and how tired we are and this type of day that we had, that it's been a long day, but it's still people asking questions. So this is for the organizers a whole success. Thank you very much for that. And allow me to just give you a quick summary of this event, just to close it up, to close its first day. It's from Brazil. We asked Dr. Rafael that definitely traditional medicine, complementary and integrative, it's a challenge that has three dimensions: the ethical, the aesthetic, and the politics. And without a doubt, everyone here has certain similarities, and probably that will become and be translated into challenges and actions to take further on. We hope that we can obtain this at the cover that this summon or in that this summit, I'm sorry, gathers us all for to face these challenges and having the need, just as in Chile and Colombia, addressed it before. They have a system of integrated health that in Peru we don't, and that makes that fragmentation more difficult. However, it's really interesting to acknowledge the advances that we can see in Colombia, in Chile, and in Peru regarding the promotion of that traditional medicine. We hear that from the 2000s, 2016, we have been promoting policies around intercultural health to have this intercultural type of outlook, and we celebrate it as a Peruvian. I celebrate the whole fact that we have a mistake project that promotes traditional medicine to help to reduce inequalities in health. This project that this year from the Center of Intercultural Health, we've been working, and with that, we'd like to invite you to carry on with the work of the summit in the upcoming days. Please, from the National School of Public Health of the Health Ministry, our warmest of welcome and appreciation signs for your input. It's been a real pleasure, Dr. Marta Villar, for you to invite us here to join you in this important task. So in a way, let me go back to you so we can close this day of work. A real big hug for everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Incio. You have helped us and given us a lot in this panel that, as you can see, it's a panel that we've been able to learn about the challenges and developments of the other countries of South America and how they've been needing their policies so they can respond to the needs of their country. Thank you very much for that support, and we'll carry on then with our final conference. Dr. Natalia, please. Thank you very much. I'll go back to my microphone to make it easier for the interpreters. Is that better, right? Yes. So good evening, everyone, and good morning in Australia, in Beijing, in Seoul, in New Delhi, in Pakistan. We know that this is a long day of work. Some of the participants are already hitting midnight almost, and they cannot enter to the live meetings. But we wanted to tell you that as soon as this live is done, the video will be remaining there, that same YouTube link. So as soon as it's over, if you want to go back to one of the conferences that we saw in the morning or during this afternoon, the YouTube links will be available at the YouTube channel of the BBS of America for Spanish and of CAPCIN Consortium Academic of Brazil of Integrative Health for all of the English speaking presentations and those that are generally and naturally in English. So we would like to tell to the audience that we are looking at both YouTube chats so we can share all of our info. We understand that YouTube is open for everyone, we precisely, and to have a lot of reach for everyone and for all the regions to be able to have the possibility of listening to this exchange of experiences. We've chosen a platform that allow us to reach to different regions in all regions where internet can allow us to. So in a way that if some of the participants that are connected or have been connected during the day, if they have not enroll in the YouTube chat, you'll find the link. And after this summit, we'll be sending you a brief summary to certify the attendance of people that joined us today and a certificate of assistance also to the summit. So we wanted to clear some of those questions, more logistical type of questions that we had in the chat. And up next, I wanted to open the mic and welcome Dr. Marta Villalopez, has been joining us during this whole afternoon in moderating. Dr. Marta Villar is a doctor, specialist in internal medicine, president of the Traditional Alternative and Complementary Medicine of the Medical Academy of Peru, collaborator, director of the Complementary Institution for the Americas, is a founder and consultant member of the MTCI Network of America. She's a woman that has dedicated her life to strengthen the articulation spaces for MTCIs in her country and in the region, and alongside a whole team of people in different spaces that go beyond institutional matter, which is a matter of a moral commitment that some of us have. She's done a whole effort into generating spaces in services of health and in investigation services and academic spaces and social spaces. And that's why I believe that in Peru and in the Americas region, we recognize her a lot and we value a lot of the work and the effort that she's made during these years, and that has inspired us quite a lot. So we'll welcome Dr. Marta Villar, that's going to talk to us about this vision, this view about traditional medicine and complementary. How can they take us to a more integrator type of medicine? Please go ahead, Marta. Thank you very much, Natalia. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I would like to greet to all of our participants. I won't say good morning or good afternoon or good evening. I'll just want you to receive the warmest of our welcome and greetings of all of us that have been in this organization. Let me tell you, we've done so with a lot of pleasure, trying to make you, trying to have you as comfortable as possible, and so you can follow through all the presentation. I'm going to share my screen so I can make the presentation.
Muy bien. El tema
All right. What I have to tell you about today is alternative medicine, traditional, complementary towards an integrative type of medicine. Probably you are looking, there are three colors, right? We have one color for traditional medicine, another one for alternative medicine, and a third one for complementary medicine. And it's not that they're different, it's just that they're articulated towards a view of integrative medicine. And that's what I would like to share with you from this view that we have at the Medical School of Peru. So what is the content of this conference? I wanted to start by giving you an outlook at reality. And I don't want to do it only from Peru's side, but I wanted to tell you an outlook of the world, what's happening and everything related to the human being, to the preservation of its life and of its health. A second content that we have in this conference, a second part would be asking ourselves if the way that we are right now, we should continue, or if it's necessary to undergo a change. And that change towards where should it be? And that's why you have the third point, which are perspectives towards the future. So, all right, let's start with our first part. How are we really doing related to our health worldwide speaking? Today, we will be looking at health situation worldwide. It's really critical, and it's rather critical because we are in grand scopes under an epidemic, especially these epidemics that nowadays and today concerns us a lot, like COVID-19. An illness that has spread out across the world and has taken many lives with it, and many people has affected, and as we've heard before, it's been or has generated many problems that will leave us with some disabilities. A second epidemic are chronic diseases, non-transmittable chronic diseases. That certainly this is not something recent. This has been going on for years already. And when we look and we see that these chronic and non-transmittable diseases are or go really hand in hand with lifestyle, we have one of them, which is food, nutrition, and that takes us to a condition such as obesity, which where over 200,000 people are affected worldwide, and 4 million of these will die yearly. So how not to consider that an epidemic or a pandemic? So how can we also work on talk around psycho-emotional diseases? With COVID, this has increased a lot. Anxiety, depression, they even get to be extreme in that even take people to death. These diseases, these illnesses that we see as epidemics, we also see them as directly linked to lifestyle that we are already used to live and to develop. One of them, or one of these habits, is nutrition. And within nutrition, we'll see that we'll look at some of the most critical types of food, which is sugar. Sugar, as you can see in our left side map, in colors such as red, or in some cases, we can say dark wine color, is directly linked to obesity, sugar, and chronic non-transmittable diseases. I've shared with you here a series of studies. I just want to make reference to one of them that was published in the New England Bled, related to necessarily the adult or the elder and the interaction of sugared beverages with the genetic binomium of obesity. So what did we observe in this result? We observed that there's a really tight relation between genetics and obesity modified by beverage or sugar beverage consumption. But not only that, we'll also see that the whole consumption of saturated fat and the increase sometimes in the animal protein and also of alcohol. These habits can be also identified alongside others like dependencies, tobacco dependency, alcohol dependency, drug dependency, and dependency even to games. Children nowadays in this type of pandemic that we're living in 2000, since 2019 have also been limited in their movement by having them at homes in a really um, stationary life. And also we need to understand stress. Stress in workers and young people and children. We've seen lately that the suicide rates have increased. And the question comes to be why so many unhealthy habits? Maybe there's a lot of answers, but within them, one of them is that the design in the way that we as human beings are doing of society. We think that happiness is related with consumption, with competitiveness, with pleasure, and with the least effort. But we really need to ask ourselves if this is happiness, but not, or we are not just destroying human beings, but we are also destroying our big house, meaning our ecosystem, our nature. And when we look at what we're doing, it's really awful. We see that pollution is so strong at the garbage level and at the forest level, how we burn, how we predate them, and also looking a little bit at oil related mining and pollution of or electromagnetic pollution. And who is assuming all of this are native communities, those that are in touch with this biodiversity. Look at your left hand side, we've put the planet Earth and ourselves. We are destroying it little by little. So I think these are reflective type of times. We shouldn't just be there. We want to go beyond that. And that's why we want to introduce to all the social, economical factors and social factors that would affect our countries. Among them, we have, for example, the financial aspect as poverty, how to live with $5 or less even. And children in this situation of abandonment, abandonment of food, nutrition, and sanitation. Take a look at over 700,000 people, or 10% of the worldwide population, still lives in extreme poverty. And the COVID-19 pandemic has made it increase to up to 8% more or less, which means 500 million, even during this, just during this pandemic years, that had or were able or are going towards extreme poverty. And the question is, well, with this reality, what are health systems doing? And let's see, our health systems have been qualified by the World Health Organization and cataloged as countries that have a good health system. Some others have a regular and some others have poor health system. And we can observe that in red, orange, and we can see that there are only a few countries that have a proper health system, but these health systems that we have nowadays are based fundamentally in being hospital central, meaning that we respond to the majority of cases in hospitals, or even in some cases, health, which is a whole right. We've transformed it into a type of merchandise type of health. So when we face this health system, which is segmented type of a health system, fragmented, we really think, where are we heading? We're looking at almost a dead end alley. And then we have to add the human resources, human potential, professionals of health. How are they being guided? How are they dealing with this? How are they approaching patients? And we can see that we are dehumanizing more and more where technology has gained a lot of space, an important space, and we've been deterring our encounter with our patients. The reason of being of our own service that's been decreasing and we are losing it, but also we have different aspects, and that's the training that we're getting related fundamentally and focused on services. And we like to be a subspecialists. We like to look at a little bit of it, of the whole picture, but we never see the whole picture. We see heart, we see lung, we see parts, but we don't see Mr. Juan Perez, we Mrs. Maria. We don't see him anymore. We have even forgotten many of our principles and our values. And then we can add up the fact that of the other reality, this other reality that has to do with another different systems, medical traditional systems, incomplete system. Within these traditional systems, we still have them alive and current because we have traditional medicine from Asia, like for example from China, was still a fundamental pillar of their own system. We also have the Ayurveda medicine. We have our own Indian medicine where we still know and we haven't forgotten the connection from man and nature. We see that there's over 80% of the final population in some countries where they can or they still use this type of medicine. But why do we use them? Because it's closer to us, because it's more accessible, because it's cheaper, or maybe because it's giving us a better response to those diseases that we've called a pandemic. I mean, we've identified, for example, that in chronic diseases, non-transmittable ones, medicine, alternative medicine, or complementary medicine, or integrative medicine is a better response than the conventional medicine due to the medication in general. And well, I also wanted to inform you about the aspect of research and information. It's true that we're always asked for evidence, but let's remind ourselves that we are working on traditional medicine systems, and these are systems that don't have 300 years, just as Occidental medicine has. These are systems that have thousands of years. 2000, no, 3000, no, not even. Over 5,000 years. And we ask for evidence? What type of evidence do we want? So we see that there's a methodologies to this, and these are quantitative type of methods and qualitative type of method, where science and current science is going fundamentally against or after qualitative methods, where we hear about measuring and quantifying, and we're asked about amounts and numbers, but only that will be evidence? Or is it that we also need to look at the other side of our coin, which are qualitative means, where we are approaching systems and we articulate how we build bridges and how we provide a new life to that and the new symptoms or signs on patients. Wouldn't it be better for us to have and to articulate this?
Esa forma de ver al ser humano, de ver la
Lastly, speaking about this way of seeing human beings, nature, everything surrounding us, this mechanicist paradigm, the biomedical paradigm, which seeks to get to the part trying to reduce and being able to understand, but unfortunately, it lingers on the part and does not see that great system where under which we are seen as human beings as if we were machines, but that machine does not really exist. What we are systems who interact with each other. You see, on the right hand side, for instance, this story, this legend, this Hindu legend, which tells us that four blind people found an elephant, but each of them had a part of it. And so one tells us, for instance, when next to the trunk says, an elephant is like a great snake because what I'm touching with my hands is a snake. And another says, no, it is actually like the trunk of a palm tree because what they were touching was the foot, the leg of the elephant. Another one says, no, that's not so. This is actually like the tail of a mouse. And the fourth one states, no, wait, this is a fan. Which of them was right? Probably all and none because they were only looking at the part and not the whole. And so the question is, so what to do? Probably we'll be told we need to look to other roads or other directions. We have a biomedical perspective and we are invited to a somewhat broader one which would be a systemic vision. These two roadways are valid, but we need to look to at which point one or the other is chosen in relation to the circumstances under which we are at, what kind of patient, what kind of circumstances they have. They ill, what are their risk factors? What is really what could make best for them at that point to that particular patient? Or what? In order to achieve their goal, which is healthcare, which is why we are now saying that there are not many medicines, that there is only one single medicine, and that medicine is that which cares for human beings and helps to preserve their health or to recover it at the proper time. So when we have these questions, the best we can do, according to Popol Vuh, is that when we need to choose between two roads, we must ask which of those has the heart. Whoever chooses the way of the heart will never be wrong. And here on the right-hand side, I have a man with a backpack. And this is because now we have several documents, several norms that may help us to be able to better distinguish the roadways. I present these Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, 17 new goals, and with 169 goals. And these things are carried out by countries for important reasons. First is that poverty, there's a will to eradicate poverty, to seek prosperity. And a third thing is that there's a willingness to protect the environment. And so I've said two, I've highlighted two, because I believe they are the important ones or the ones that we should look to with the most, which are 3 and 4, health and well-being and quality education. If we achieve that, then probably it would be a whole different story, because the SDGs must always be linked to human rights. We know that human rights are essential in order to achieve sustainable development. Without human rights, we cannot speak of human development. We must guarantee dignity of persons.
También la Agenda
So it is
2030.
also important to look to the 2030 agenda, which speaks of universality, participation that we must all have, because this is another part. We have become accustomed to paternalism, and in relation to our health, we should not leave others to decide for us. We must educate ourselves, and by educating ourselves, we will be able to self-manage our own health and to help others to self-manage. We must also look to equality and non-discrimination. So this takes us to asking ourselves, what are really the needs of a person? Maslow already stated this, but Maslow drew it out as a pyramid. But when one reflects upon it and thinks, is it really a pyramid? Do I need to have food, water, air, clothing, sleep in order to later have values? And perhaps the answer is that this is not so. And so we've attempted on the right-hand side to state that this happens among, well, that this is all a mutual development of all of that in order to certainly achieve an integrative or holistic person, transcendental or developed person that we want to have in our world.
Que necesitamos
So here we see that we need the biological aspect. Of course, we need food, water, clothing, but we also need to have a living space, retirement, and we need all of that social world in order to share, in order to help, to be solidarian. We also need then our own identity, our self-esteem to be able to develop. This talks to two important aspects which is the so health determinants health tree, and the other are health determinant factors. When the WHO sets these determinant health factors, it states that if we are able to influence on lifestyle and the healthcare system and the environment, it means the environment represents 73%, which means that we may generate health or we may foster health by using these three important aspects. And it doesn't remain there, it doesn't linger there. We have an additional document which was issued in 2019, celebrating 40 years of primary health care attention. This document is called the Astana Declaration, and in this declaration, what we'll see is precisely that the countries themselves and the World Health Organization states that when we want to develop ourselves and also primary health care and to have success in it, it will depend pretty much on knowledge and skills. And for this purpose, this knowledge that we should have is scientific as well as traditional. They are not opposing but complementary in order to attain better development. Another large part that we need to look into is precisely the strategy from the WHO, which has been created from 2002 to 2005. We in Peru were able to work on these strategies, especially the one from 2002 to 2005, where the WHO pointed out on four important aspects, precisely policies that we have seen today. The second one is security, efficiency, and quality. The third one is access, and access to traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. And lastly, the rational consumption or usage that there should be. So having all of these baseline documents, how is it so that we can, what we can achieve for the future? Really, each country has their own experiences and each country has their own way because each country also has its own culture. So what I've set here, which says walker, there is no walk, it is done by walking. We have these three aspects which lead us to integrativeness. And from there, how are we seeking after integrativeness, integration? Traditional medicine has an important worldview as its foundation, and later that traditional medicine is able to join human beings with their family and community and to the ecosystem and respecting it and seeing it as its mother nature, that which gives life or bestows life to it. But apart from it, it also has a series of methods and diagnostics which are useful and important. It has natural resources and prioritizes fundamentally prevention. And how is it validated? Through the traditional use of thousands of years, a usage which, for it to be considered traditionally, it must be well over 30 or 50 years. Then we have complementary medicine, which already has somewhat more of an elaborate paradigm called the systemic paradigm, where human beings are understood from this holistic perspective and not only as attention, but holistic care that a person, their family, and the community should receive. And it also has a series of methods and practices which are useful in order to recover health, but also to prevent disease or illness. And validation is performed through research or also through its traditional usage throughout many years. And later we have conventional medicine, which has 300 years of existence and it's based on the biomedical paradigm and which fundamentally has as methods for treatment, medicine, and surgery, and which has resolved so many health issues as, for example, infectious diseases, but which unfortunately has this fragmented view of persons, and which unfortunately it tends too much to specialization and prioritizes recovery. So what are we seeking, or what are we going after? Integrative medicine, which can articulate this whole vision, which can achieve having a paradigm of complexity as its foundation, but also for it to be, for it to consider the human being within this context, and for it, the human being to be the center, and also to have an integrative view of that human being. So having said that, is that I wanted to present these 7 aspects which are important to consider within this conceptual baseline, which would provide the foundation for integrative medicine. Firstly, it is to consider that everything which exists is alive, and if it is alive, then it deserves respect. The second one is that we must have an integrative view or vision, understanding that the properties of the parts are only understood as a part of the whole, that there is really no part, there is a model within an inseparable framework or a weaving, a fabric of interrelations, that everything is related and interdependent. So there's a dynamic network. And in the morning, we were told that we cannot talk about holistics because perhaps there were very far away concepts, very remote concepts where there was no dependency or interrelationship. However, we've also seen that the farther or the far not a point may be, there will always be a link between them, and perhaps it will not be strong, it will be weak, but there will always be a link. And we also have a vision of complementarity, objective with the subjective. It's just not that it's opposing, but complementary, and they serve to better understand reality. Transdisciplinarity, teams of professionals or persons understanding each other. And lastly, considering that everything or the whole of the general theory of systems takes us to being able to understand the self-preservation and that repair of every system that we called auto-echo organization. Everything is based or supported on the aspect of consciousness. And what does that mean? It is becoming aware, becoming conscious of what is happening. And here I present this model that we have been building, and we've called it implementation of integrative medicine. And as it states, it's based on the paradigm of complexity. But as you see, it is a circle out of which half of it is referring to holistic well-being of persons and their society, and the other half is oriented to the goal that we're going to achieve, which is harmony of human beings with nature and with itself. And you will see that in the exterior, we are speaking of education for awakening consciousness and building networks of support and self-care, which is a part where human being is outside of healthcare systems. When the human being gets into healthcare systems, this is integrative attention, which also within prescription, it is precisely education that we must provide to every patient so that they understand what is disease and what their illness entails. And by understanding, they may change. And you are also seeing that in the middle of this circle, there is a term which reads internal management. And this is true because on one hand, it is education that we must have, but on the other hand, it is internal awakening of our own consciousness through reflection, analysis, and meditation. Integrative medicine has many methods that may be employed: acupuncture, biologic therapies, mind-body therapies, energy therapies, manual therapies. All these therapies are supported on systems of traditional medicine as well as systems of complexity. There have been advancements in the last years, many of them. The network that was built in Nicaragua, that human group has been able to develop many important aspects, such as, for instance, information. And here we have one, such as the map of evidence, thanks to the effort from Natalia, who is a pioneer of strong, dynamic women and who also believes in this. So we have this map here, which I believe is very interesting because especially uh, it was instrumental to managing COVID. I would also like to present the part of evidence that we have on these methods that I've mentioned. Acupuncture, for instance, is within the guides of clinical practice. It has maps of evidence where we can see to which health problems it may be useful, mildly useful, or for other issues which acupuncture might not be useful. Apart from this, I would also for you to look to my paper because it also talks to us about the human being, not only in the biological aspect, but also including the energetic part. It talks about neuron transmission through emission of biophotons and how they can very quickly communicate utilizing this sort of energy, which goes beyond electrochemical energy. That way, what previously traditional medicine as well as complementary medicine was assuring that we are really beings of light who are interconnected amongst ourselves and to the universe. And here there's more evidence regarding the part of prayer and how it influences so much on people's health. And we've seen this currently with COVID, how by praying, we achieve that person to recover, to improve. So how that aspect of prayer, of strength, not from two or three, but thousands of people sometimes may achieve these biological changes that we still cannot understand. Or other messages as, for instance, Tai Chi with its own evidence as well, seeing that it is excellent for the elderly as to provide them with this assuredness to avoid falls, for instance, or also this that not only seeks to looking at the therapeutic aspect, but also seeks to looking at how nurses or healthcare professionals in general, when they are trained on spirituality, they can have much more, they can provide much more satisfaction to patients and to provide much more security and provide much more quality of life and even healthcare. But we must not only linger on the human being, but in the big house, a common house, self-sustainable communities with clean energy that we could have also from an ancestral perspective. For instance, we have cities with feng shui, healthy houses, or the Ayu from the from the Andes. The human beings are only the guardians or the caretakers of this big house. And here I said Machu Picchu because it has a special orientation. Not only does it relate to the natural aspect, but it also relates to constellations with the sun, the moon, orientations by which light enters. So that sort of orientation of the big house, as we call it, is what we should go after or take care. Dr. Marta, 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Necesitamos entonces ver cómo nos organizamos.
So we need to see how to organize how this how implementation starts. It starts with a person respecting their culture, their values, but this person is it finds shelter in their family, which transmits or conveys culture customs, looking after community, schools, and their work as well. Now, to start wrapping up, I would just like to tell you that there is an interaction among healthcare professionals, among patients, and community support networks in order to all, so that they may all interact. Now, medical education, which has been very harmful for many years now, has been implemented and it has not changed yet. It is too much of a reductionist vision using the biomedical paradigm, trying to shift it toward more of a holistic vision where we might have a broad vision in order to develop persons, in order for them to transcend, in order to have the skills necessary in order to turn into educators, because this is one of the things that we have forgotten or things that we have not been taught about. Also, to look into our values, empathy that we should have. But education does not start with the healthcare professional, it starts in childhood. Therefore, that's where we should work with in kindergartens, schools, nursing, childcare facilities. So first, for conclusions, we are aware that healthcare systems need to change. We need a new concept of health, which brings about an inclusive healthcare system, which is also efficient and humanist. Also, the second conclusion is that in order to achieve full knowledge on reality, views must be weaved from different options because we are complex systems. Third, for healthcare systems to enrich themselves with traditional systems and complex systems that may provide to primary care, healthcare throughout the process as well for healthcare from the first level up to the third level. That human beings must be seen as a system among a huge macro system containing microsystems. Healthcare must be holistic from the spheres of biology, psychology, so society, spirituality within their context and ecosystem, and it is necessary to create and to develop holistic support networks with the patients themselves because it is they who should be empowered. Therefore, we must concern ourselves for collective healthcare that we call Aikikawai. Training healthcare professionals must prioritize the human aspect. Traditional medicine and complementary medicine, integrative medicine must be taught, and as well as interculturality. We must go after quality in products and everything that we do, and we must think on new scientific methodologies which really tell us on reality. And to finish, I would like to tell you, dear friends, that we must identify and strengthen our traditional medicine at the level of the Americas, provided its strength, provide value to it, creating public policies in order to provide it with the strength that we need. Thank you so much. Just to remind you that in order to build a new reality, as I said this morning, we need to all put our own grain of salt. We must all participate as a single family, Hukai, Huk Sonkoya, and with a same direction, Huk Umaya. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, doctora Marta. Gracias por esta,
Thank you so much, Dr. Marta, for this talk, and thank you for the reflections. We see via the chat that there are different or many uh, demonstrations of gratitude. Says that these words are similar to the words of our elders. I don't remember the ethnicity, but she's from the Pasto indigenous community in the south. It says many thanks. Well, seems there are no questions, just accolades. So we are wrapping up our first day for our summit. Thanking you all our colleagues, patients, researchers, academics, professors, and the whole of the audience who has been with us today. This is the first of 6 days. So if you just um, became aware of this a few hours ago, this will be available on YouTube. You will be able to review all talks later. You can enroll and you'll see that on playlists. Both YouTube channels have a playlist called Summit, TCIM Summit. We have the two playlists in each language, English and Spanish, and there you'll find a link created for each day of the summit for the morning as well as the evening sessions according to Peru time. We remind you that the schedule on the web page is according to Peru time, but there's a link where you may look what is the equivalent in your own country's time so that you may know what time talks are starting. That would be all. If you have not enrolled to the webpage, you can find the links also via the YouTube chat. It has been a huge pleasure. We would like to thank our streaming team and the whole of our team behind cameras for the incredible effort. They said that this has been similar almost to a music festival. I'm not sure if they still think the same, or perhaps it is more complex to them now. But thank you so much to Rocio, Narayan, to Chico, and all of those there on the Zoom master. Thank you to the translator who have been this afternoon. I believe we have Franco. We've had Franco and another colleague as well, Jean Pierre. Thank you to our institutions from the Institutes of Health in Peru, the National School of Public Health, the National Institute of Health as well, to the National College of Medicine for these last 6 months, from the College of Doctors in or of Medicine in Peru. They have been carrying out this effort throughout that time. So thank you for that, and thank you for our volunteers from the Holistic Brazilian Consortium and the Americas Network, the Integrative Health Committee, and in general to all of our friends who have provided their support and their aid throughout these days as to be able to achieve moving an event of this scale forward, which is really product of a collaborative effort among different institutions. And thank you so much to the institutions, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, the embassies, the PAHO Peru, and all of those with us today, all of our panelists from all regions. And having said that, we can consider today's closed. If I forget someone, I would just like to thank everyone in all regions listening in. Tomorrow we will be starting at 7 a.m. Peru time, 9 a.m. Brazil time, Buenos Aires as well, 8 a.m. Washington, and we'll be starting at 2 p.m., 14 hours, Germany and Spain. So we're also considering that starting time. Thank you so much, everyone, for having been with us today, this first day of the summit. It's a summit for Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine.